day of the OSDP lectures, Original Substance of Divine Principle, or the Principle Ontology, I guess you could also call it. In Korean, it's the Puncheron, and Punche means main body, and Puncheron is one of the translations for the word ontology. But we call it original substance because God is the original substance of principle, and he's the original substance of a goodness and law and so forth. All right, so today we're going into part 3 of this chapter on the restoration, providence of restoration, and we're going to talk about the history of the providence of restoration and myself. What is my relationship to the providence of restoration, and why is it important to me? So God's heart, or simjong, remember, is the irrepressible impulse to give love to an object partner so as to experience love and joy. God's heart and his fundamental will and his providential mission here. And he has that simjong, and he has given receive with each of us, And we are the descendants of Adam through 6,000 years of biblical history. I'm sure 100,000, 200,000 or so, anthropologists are always coming up with a new number, but anyway, a long, long time in actual history. And I have a relationship with the, and also I have a given received relationship with the Messiah. And my forebears, my ancestors, some have had successes, some have had failures, but they also need to be connected to the Messiah. So I am the fruit of history. I am the fruit of all the history that has gone before me, all my ancestors that have gone before me. And my father said it's like being the last runner in the heavenly stadium. There's a particular form of long distance running in East Asia, where it's kind of a long distance relay, and they will sometimes go for tens of miles, and it's not just one person that runs it; it's a team, and depending on the distance, they may have 15, 20 people or something like that on a team. And they'll run from city to city like this. It's much longer than a mile, than a marathon. I'm sorry, that's much longer than a marathon. And then when the final runner then comes into the stadium, where all the sort of people who are watching this or whoever are attending this event are there to see who's going to win. But I'm the last runner in that stadium because a lot of runners have gone before me, and I've taken the baton from the runner before me, and I'm running now. And each of us is running into that heavenly stadium, as Father expresses it. And we are also, each of us is a creator of a new history. And so the purpose that is required by history, a substantial body of completion. Let me see if I can get this whole thing on one page. I guess not. Maybe. Okay, there we go. Okay. The purpose required by history is a substantial body of completion, the restoration of human beings, and the realization of the kingdom of heaven and the restoration of environment. In other words, the Chonigok. So we stand here in the middle, and we come from 6,000 years of history that is behind us, and we are the product of that 6,000 years. But also, we need the Messiah, coming one with the Messiah, serving and attend the Messiah, and going the course of restoration through indemnity, because there's no restoration through miracles. It's all grinding hard work, right? There's no free lunch. No free lunch in the restoration history. We have to take responsibility for every bit of it. But God, with his simjong, with his fundamental will, as a providential mission, is always guiding us and always having given receive action with us. And so then that's how we relate to the providence of restoration. So here, let's review again what happens there, where Adam and Eve, there's 2 arrows going up here to the top of the growth stage. This represent Adam and Eve. And when they got to the top of the growth stage, they should have continued and reached completion, where they would become completed human beings. And they would have if they had followed the commandment that they received from God in Genesis 2:17. Then that would have been their foundation of faith. that they had both followed God, obeyed God, both word, faith, and in practice, then they could have been the central figure offering for the condition and the time period. But they fell. They fell here at the top of the growth stage. So they fell to the womb and became the womb of both good and evil. And they were now under. Oh, you can't? Mm-hmm. I wasn't. Okay. I guess I didn't share it. Thank you for telling me. Okay. Now you can see. All right. Sorry about that. So let's see. I guess I didn't share the first one either. And then let's see if I can. Okay, so you didn't see this one either then. Okay. So I am in my background, there's 6,000 years of history from Adam, and God is having given and received relationship with me, with his heart, that is to say his shimjong, and fundamental will and providential mission. And I'm the fruit of history. I'm the last runner in that heavenly stadium. As I said, that sort of relay marathon, kind of marathon relay, I guess you could call it. And each of us is the creator of a new history. When we say myself here, this means each one of us. And we have a given and received relationship with the Messiah, become one with the Messiah, serve and attend the Messiah through the course of restoration for indemnity. And there is no restoration through miracles. Restoration is not a miracle. It's not Jesus coming on the cloud and waving his wand, and boom, everything is all restored, and a new heaven and new earth, a bang, come down from heaven. No, it's a grinding process. It's a difficult process. There's no free lunch, and we have to take responsibility for each and every success, victory. And here are all the forebears that set the foundation for the Messiah to come. They had some successes, they had some failures. Well, there was kind of a mixed bag there. They were able to bring that about. So the purpose required by history is the substantial body of completion, and the realization of the kingdom of heaven and the restoration of the environment. In other words, bring about a change both through God and through the Messiah. So then here, Adam and Eve were to go through the growing period. There's 3 stages of the growing period to become completed human beings. They could have done that if they had kept the commandment of God that they were given in Genesis 2:17. And they could have been that, but they failed to do that. Instead, at the top of the growth stage, they fell. Both of them fell. They became fallen human beings, and they fell to below the level, below where they started, below the level of the rest of creation. Because the rest of creation did not sin. Only Adam and Eve sinned. They became the womb of good and evil. They have both fallen nature and original nature. And through their original nature, they are able to connect with the Messiah, but their fallen nature has to be removed. And so this is what happens with the foundation of substance. So first, the foundation of faith has to be laid with word, faith, and practice, and the foundation of substance has to be paid or laid so as to remove or make an indemnity condition for the removal of fallen nature. And for the foundation of substance, you need a central figure, you need an offering for the condition, and you need a time period. And then for the foundation of substance, the person that is in the relative good side, the person who is relative good, exercises dominion over the person who is relative less good, shall we say, or in the position of being less good. And the evil side person, God has established in many cases, in providential history, he has always established the first son to that position. He must submit himself to the person who is the second son. And then the blessing removes original sin, and there's oneness in heart and attended by this Messiah, and we can complete ourselves that way. So we're now ready to go through the different families that were a part of the providence of restoration. We had a question yesterday from someone who I think was maybe a first-time visitor to our faith community, and he was asking, well, what happened to the people after Adam and Eve came under Satan's control and before Jesus? So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to go through each family that were involved in the providence of restoration. We're going to begin with Adam's family, see how they participated or failed to participate in the providence of restoration. So in the introduction, we see that God's will for the providence of restoration in which he works to ascend the Messiah and bring salvation to fallen humanity began immediately after Adam's fall. And we see that God was the first to reach out. After the fall, what did God do? He went walking in the garden, right? He went walking in the garden looking for Adam. Of course, he knew where Adam was, but by calling out to Adam and having Adam answer him, that's the beginning of the restoration of the relationship, right? So God did not say, okay, well, you guys fell, so now you're on your own, right? I'm not going to be responsible. You guys are responsible. You messed it up. You clean up the mess. No, that's not what he said. Instead, he called out to Adam, and Adam responded. And that is the first give and receive relationship between God and Adam after the fall, after sin came into the world. Of course, after that, then things didn't go so well. But anyway, the fact that God was the first to reach out and gave Adam an opportunity to respond, I think that is very important. And it shows that God's providence of salvation began immediately after the fall. So the providence to lay the foundation for the Messiah was begun immediately, and that was done in Adam's family. And as we mentioned yesterday, there has to be a foundation to receive the Messiah. God cannot just send the Messiah at any time, because if he did, there's a pretty high probability that the Messiah would be killed, right? And so God has to make sure that there is a foundation to receive the Messiah before he can send the Messiah. And fallen human beings need to clearly understand the details of Adam's family. This is because Adam's family involves all the aspects: God's creation, the fall of human beings, and the restoration providence. These are all, Adam's family is involved in all of those aspects of human history. So the foundation for the Messiah has to be done by a foundation of faith and a foundation of substance. So let's look at how that was done. Fallen human beings must be restored to the state in which they were originally created. For this to happen, they must establish a relationship with the Messiah. To establish a relationship with the Messiah, human beings must first establish the foundation for the Messiah. If there's no foundation for the Messiah, fallen people will kill the Messiah when he comes. The Messiah is a human being. He is a human being who is also one with God. God is in him. He is in God, and he is because God is in him. In other words, because God's dwell in him as his temple. He is the substantial expression of God, you could say. And as Jesus said, well, if you want to see the Father, look at me. When you look at me, you see the Father. But so the Messiah is a kind of a mirror in which people see themselves, and because he's the standard, right? He's the standard for as the completed human being. And so when people see the Messiah, they don't necessarily like what they see. They immediately make a comparison between themselves and the Messiah, and they realize what sinful creatures they are. And that's one reason why the Messiah always gets hated on so much. Jesus was hated on, and True Father was hated on so much. Reverend Sung Myung Moon, the returning Jesus, was hated on so much, because of the Messiah brings that kind of a reaction of people, just by the fact that he is a standard, he is that people compare themselves to, and realize that they are deeply, deeply sinful people. So without the foundation for the Messiah, without a messianic expectation, without people saying, wow, we really need a Messiah, come Lord Jesus, this kind of a desire, it would be counterproductive for God to send the Messiah, only for him to be killed. And the purpose of the Messiah is not to be killed. The purpose of the Messiah is to put God's lineage onto the earth. Adam was God's lineage, but he lost that lineage. So the Messiah brings that lineage again as the second Adam. And then he takes a woman from the fallen world, raises her up, trains her, educates her, and forms a family through her. And so that God's lineage can continue on the earth. So for that to happen, there has to be a foundation. So that foundation is composed of two parts: a foundation of faith, which is a vertical connection with God, and a foundation of substance, which means that that happens on the horizontal level, where the relative, or shall we say, the Cain type person, the relative less good or relative evil type person, submits himself to the relative good type person, or Abel, in order to set an indemnity condition for the removal of his fallen nature. So in Adam's family, the central figure in the Adam's family foundation of faith, we have said that the father of the family is the central figure when a family is setting a foundation of faith. But Adam could not be the central figure. He couldn't be the central figure because he had fallen, and he was actually, he was the prime criminal here. He should have known better. He failed in his mission, and so God could not use Adam to be the central figure in the foundation of faith. Instead, God chose Abel, his second son, to be the central figure in the foundation of faith. And then the object for the condition, the symbolic offering, a lamb. God had Abel offer a lamb, make an offering of a lamb. Let's go here to Genesis to read about that. Okay, let's see here. And Adam knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. Okay. And here, let's call it. First of all, Cain brings an offering, and in the process of time, it came to pass that, I'm in chapter 4, verse 3 now. Cain brought the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And Abel, in verse 4, he also brought the firstlings. He brought the firstlings of his flock. He was a keeper of sheep, and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respected unto Abel and to his offering. So God had Abel offer a lamb. And in the time period involved, remember, the foundation of faith always involves a central figure, an object of condition or symbolic offering, and a time period. And so the time period in which this was happening was the growing period of Abel. And in the foundation of substance, here the central figure was Abel. In the foundation of substance, the central figure is the second son. And the condition here was the indemnity condition to remove fallen nature. So Abel has offered a lamb to God, and he has made this offering, and he has established this foundation of faith vertically. And he is now standing in Adam's position in making that offering and in establishing that vertical condition with God. Adam is no longer of use in the providence because he has fallen away. He's now able to relate both to God and to Satan, and he cannot be the central figure in the foundation of faith. So Abel is now the foundation of faith, standing in the place of his father. And in the foundation of substance, then, Abel as the second son is the central figure. And then Cain, in order to set a condition to remove fallen nature, must love Abel from God's perspective, must use Abel or establish Abel as his mediator between himself and God, obey Abel, and also multiply goodness through Abel. This was the indemnity condition to remove the fallen nature of Cain. And then if this had been done, if Cain had been able to do this, to humble himself to his younger brother, then the foundation to receive the Messiah would have been set, and the Messiah could have been sent by God at this time, at the beginning of human history, when there was just one family involved. How easy it would have been. So this is one of the sort of the fail-safes that God established in his providence. So in the beginning, God said, okay, well, Eve fell, but that's okay. We still got Adam. But then Adam fell too. And God said, well, if they take responsibility, still I can do something. But Adam failed to take responsibility. Eve failed to take responsibility. So now it's up to Abel to do something here and to get things back on track. get human society back on track before things get out of hand, before you got too many human beings on the earth and things really get difficult. And in this situation, if this had been accomplished, if this had been done, God could have sent the Messiah in this generation. So, in the foundation of faith, Abel was the central figure in place of his father. The object for the condition was the lamb, and the time period was the growing period of Abel. And reasons that Adam could not become the central figure, he was the key figure who committed the fall. He's the source of the problem. Eve fell, but then Adam, he's the head of the family. He has to take responsibility. He's the key figure who committed the fall. And Adam was now an unprincipled being. He could relate to two masters, both to God and to Satan. And he was the source of good and evil. And Adam failed to take responsibility for his actions when God gave him the opportunity to do so in Genesis 3. And so this is why Adam could not be the central figure in the foundation of faith. And Abel was the central figure. And Abel was successful at doing that. He made the offering. Okay? So, but let's look at God's work of division. So people sometimes say that God hates division, but actually God has used division in his providence. He uses division all the time because like in this case, for example, he divided Adam. He divided Adam's family on purpose so as to bring about unity centering on God. And here, Adam is able to relate to both Satan and God, and so he is in the midway position between the two. And so, symbolically, Adam was separated. He was divided between Cain, his first son, and Abel, his second son. And Cain offered crops, but Cain is not able to relate to God directly. So if he offered crops, then those crops are going to go to Satan, because he's representing Adam's Satan side. And then Abel has offered a lamb, and Abel offered the lamb, and he's on Abel's God's side. So that offering went to God. Let's read it just a little bit more in verse 5. It says that. Here, in the second part of verse 4, and the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Cain couldn't understand why he was being treated this way by God. But God accepted, in the Bible, in the King James Bible, it says respected the offering from Abel, but not the one from Cain. And so Cain was very upset about this. But God is actually in verse 7 is speaking directly to Cain. If thou doest well, this is God speaking to Cain. If thou doest, in 6 actually, and the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt not be accepted? Shall thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. Thou shalt rule over him. Just adjustment here. Thou shalt rule over him. All right. So Cain, when God didn't accept his offering, could have gone to Abel and said, hey, you know what, younger brother, your offering was accepted. So apparently there's something that I'm not understanding here. Why don't you show me, or why don't you help me make an offering to God? Because I really want to make an offering. Cain had the right heart, you see. We say that he was on the Cain side, or he was on the evil side, but he had the right heart. He wanted to make an offering to God. And he didn't realize that his offering was going to Satan because he represented the satanic side of Adam. And God here was doing this so as to create a situation where he could bring about the restoration of the whole family and all of the human beings that were alive at that time. So here we see that the crops here were not accepted by God. So we see that God uses this kind of division many times. When the Israelites fled Egypt, God struck the firstborn sons and the firstborn of the livestock, for example, in Exodus 12:29. In the wilderness course, only the younger sons were allowed to carry the Ark of the Covenant, and God hated Esau and loved Jacob even when they were in the womb. And when Ephraim and Manasseh were blessed, we saw that also there that when that they were blessed, that Jacob actually changed, sort of switched his hand on that, and let's see here, 48, 14. And Israel, okay, Israel here is actually Jacob, right? Jacob got the name of Israel. And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. Okay, so he crossed his hands like that. All right, let me get this just a little bit smaller. Okay. All right, so Abel now has made an offering. Cain's offering has failed, and in here in Genesis 4, 6 and 7, Cain is wroth, he's angry, and God is warning him. God is speaking directly to him, and he's warning him, so be careful. And if you do well, then you will be accepted. Okay. And then he needed to humble himself to Abel, and then follow Abel's instructions on how to make a successful offering to God. So here, this is because Cain was he was not the product, he was not the child of Eve's relationship with Lucifer, all right? Because the fall occurred when Eve had a sexual relationship with Lucifer. But there was no offspring from that. Cain was the offspring of both Adam and Eve. But in terms of providential symbolism, he represented the first relationship that Eve had. In other words, the relationship with Lucifer. And this relationship was completely unprincipled. There was absolutely no excuse for it. Whereas the second relationship that Eve had, she had with Adam. And although this was also a relationship that took place without the blessing of God, and so was unprincipled, in relation to the first, it was relatively less bad, because she did it because she realized that Adam was her true partner, and naive and mistakenly, but she thought that by having a relationship with Adam, that she might be able to get back to God, or get back to her original life course. And of course, it didn't work out that way. In fact, Adam also fell as a result of his relationship with Eve that happened without God's blessing. And they should have gone to God at that point, after Eve committed her first sexual relationship. They should have gone to God and said, God, this has happened. You told us not to eat of the fruit, but Eve has done that, and we want to know how we can make things right. And then God could have handled the situation right there also. Maybe he could have created another Eve, for example, or at least brought another Eve. God always has a plan B. He always has a plan B. But anyway, between the two relationships, the first was relatively more evil than the second. And so Cain he was a representation of that first relationship, not the product of it, but a representation of that first relationship. Abel was a representation of that second relationship. So here, in the relationship here with Abel, has established a foundation of faith with God by offering a lamb, and then with the indemnity condition to remove the fallen nature. With Cain, he is representing the archangel. Abel is representing Adam. Cain is representing the body, Abel is representing the mind. And in the original original design of God's creation, the mind and body are supposed to have given and received relationship with the mind in the subject position. The mind in the subject position, and the mind in the object partner position. And so Cain and Abel are also representing the body and the mind in that sense. And Cain is representing fallen humans, and then Abel is representing the offering. He is the offering. He's being offered. He's offering himself, and through that lamb. And Cain represents fallen humanity, and Abel represents the Messiah. And so Cain needed to love Abel, like as the archangel should have loved Adam. And he should have had Abel be his mediator to God. He should have obeyed Abel on how to make an offering. And he should have multiplied goodness with Abel and through Abel. But he didn't do that. So the reason God accepted Abel's offering and rejected Cain's offering, that Abel had been separated. He was the separated younger son who was in Adam's position. And Adam was able to approach God directly. This was the Adam before the fall. And so God accepted Abel's offering. Whereas Cain, he was the separated son in the archangel's position. Is that the right spelling of archangel? Okay. All right. Yeah, okay, I guess it's all right. The archangel's position. The archangel is not able to approach God directly. The archangel is supposed to go through Adam to reach God. Adam is supposed to be his mediator to God. And so God could not accept Cain's offering directly. And God's acceptance of Abel's offering shows us that even sinners are able to make offerings that God can accept, provided those offerings are made in a manner that matches God's will. And even in the case of a fallen human being, if a condition that God can claim is established, God will accept it. If someone who is standing on Satan's side wants to return to God's side, in all cases, that person must establish some type of indemnity condition. So the foundation of substance, then, the central figure was Abel. Condition was the indemnity condition to remove fallen nature, and Cain should have loved Abel. He should have had Abel be his mediator. He should have obeyed Abel. He should have multiplied goodness through Abel. But in reality, that did not happen. We see that Cain killed Abel. And Cain talked with Abel, his brother, okay, in verse 8. And it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. So in verse 4:8, Cain kills Abel. We don't know how he killed him. I guess maybe I always had the impression that he killed him with a rock. Maybe that comes from my Sunday school years as a child, I suppose. But actually in the Bible, it doesn't say what the murder weapon was, whether it was a branch or his fist or maybe, the jujitsu choke, whatever it was. But anyway, the result is the same. Cain killed Abel in verse 8. And of course, in the next verse is very famous. And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? That's in verse 9. So the foundation of substance failed. Instead of humbling himself to his younger brother, Cain actually killed Abel. And Father points out that Abel was arrogant in this case, that Abel himself should have been humble and said to his older brother, I don't know why God accepted my offering and not yours, but I'd like to help you, and we can work together and see if we can't convince God to accept your offering, or ask God how you can make your offering in order to have it accepted. If Cain and Abel had come together to God like that and asked God, I'm sure that God would have guided them. That would be their portion of responsibility, to ask God, to ask God. But they just instead wanted to do it on their own, and wound up Cain killing Abel. So the result was that the foundation of faith was a success. Abel made an offering of one of his lambs, and God received it, so that was a success. But the foundation of substance was a failure because Cain murdered Abel. The foundation for the Messiah was not established, and the providence was prolonged. Providence could have ended right there, in that generation. but it didn't happen that way. And human history, there's always this separation of good and evil. Yes, there's always division between good and evil. God is making the division. Don't say that division is satanic. God is making the division, okay? So as to separate evil from good and good from evil, so that then there can be a foundation of substance established. Human history is the history of the struggle between good and evil, fight between the side of good and the side of evil, until the time that good is established and the God's side receives the blows, but then takes and reclaims. So Father's point is that God's side, that's the able side in history, has the strategy to wait for Cain's side to attack first, wait for the evil side to attack first, and then counterattack and win and reclaim what was taken, plus interest. And so Father, for example, will use the Second World War when Japan was on Satan's side and the United States was on God's side. Japan attacked first in Pearl Harbor, but the United States fought back and took everything that Japan took, and then also took a lot more than that. So Father's point is that always this has been consistently God's strategy. Satan's side strikes and loses what it has, and evil dominates over good, and evil makes its beginning first. Cain murders Abel. Cain murders Abel. Okay. And so also, when we talk about self-defense and the tools of self-defense, of course, if our life is threatened, we don't wait for the Cain side to attack first, or we're already being attacked, right? We're being attacked. There is, of course, the right of self-defense. Let me see if there's any questions up until this point. Okay, here we go. Let's see what it says here. Shouldn't Genesis 4, 6, and 7 be noted on page 166? Okay, we can do that. Did Cain really, let me turn down the volume. Did Cain really have the relationship that he represented Satan? Well, he represented the Satan side of Adam. And also he represented the archangel. Yes, in the relationship where Abel represented Adam and Cain was representing Lucifer. And originally, I wonder if the relationship between Abel and Cain as brother was not good. Abel heard that he was arrogant when God accepted this offering, and the offering was the relationship so bad that Cain wanted to kill Abel when his offering was not accepted. All right. I'm laughing at the next line there. Okay, the jawbone. Okay. All right. So I don't know what the murder weapon was, and I don't know what the details of the relationship between Cain and Abel, but we do know that that it came to pass that Abel was murdered, and well, my mother always told me that it takes two to fight. So I suspect that there was a great deal of responsibility on Abel's side as well. The sins of Adam's family, the root source of sins of humankind. So the parents in Adam's family, that's Adam and Eve, they have the sin of disbelief, the sin of rebellion against God, and the sin of immorality. They did not maintain their sexual purity until marriage, as they were told to. That was what God meant when he said, don't eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And also the children had the sin of unbelief. And then also the archangel had the sin of unbelief, the sin of rebellion, sin of lying, the sin of immorality, the sin of theft. He stole everything from God. There was the sin of immorality. He had sex with Eve. Sin of lying. He lied to Eve, trying to tell Eve that God didn't mean what he said when he said, don't eat of the fruit. And also the sin of unbelief, the sin of rebellion. And those form the contents of humanity's sins. So basically everything that is wrong with human beings, that all was there in Adam's family. It all comes from Adam's family. So yeah, this is quite a family, isn't it? So these forms the contents of humanity's sins, the central focus of the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt have no gods but God. Don't commit adultery. Don't murder. Don't steal. Don't be greedy. Don't bear false witness. All of these things are in the Ten Commandments, the things that Adam got wrong and his family got wrong. So the lesson for us from Adam's family is that the God's predestination and attitude toward the acceptance of his will, God does not interfere with the human portion of responsibility. So God also did not interfere with Cain's murder of Abel, did he? Even though I'm sure he would have liked to have, but he cannot, because the human portion of responsibility has to be fulfilled in order for humanity to qualify as God's children, in order for us to qualify as Lord's creation, in order for us to qualify to have creativity and be the second creator along with God. So even though God saw his chosen central figure Abel being killed in the wherever it was, where does it say where it was? Okay, when they were in the field. Okay, this is in the field. All right, at least the crime scene is given in the Bible. It's in the field. Even though he saw that this was taking place in the field, he did not intervene. He could not intervene. So God's predestination regarding his will is absolute. God carried out a new providence to establish Seth in the place of Abel. Seth was the younger brother of Cain and Abel. And so then Seth continued the lineage. Cain went off on his own and established a different lineage off on his own. And of course, I believe that was the Edomites who come into the providence later on. Yes, they gave the Israelites a lot of trouble later on. Okay. So anyway, God's responsibility is 95%, and human responsibility is 5%, and the two are combined to bring about the accomplishment of God's will. All right, so the lessons that we need to learn from Adam's family, what's going on with them. First of all, with Abel, do not be arrogant. Be meek and mild, humble. Don't be boastful or proud. Sacrifice, blood, sweat, and tears. And Abel's responsibility was to love Cain absolutely and convey God's love and practice God's love. He must bring Cain to a natural and voluntary surrender. So I said, Abel had a lot to do with his own murder. Abel was receiving love from God. So he could have taken that love from God, added his own love to it, and then conveyed that love to Cain, so that Cain would actually receive more love than Abel did altogether, because Cain would be receiving both God's love that Abel received, plus Abel's love on top of that. And then Cain, well, even if you desire to kill someone, well, I don't know. I'm sure none of us have had that temptation, right? All right, let's plead the fifth. Even if you desire to kill someone, restrain yourself and resist that impulse. That's good advice. Do not grumble and complain. Do not harbor feelings of being unloved, ignored. Killing Abel may bring some momentary release, but you will be unable to enter into the kingdom of heaven. If you murder him, you are hell-bound. All right. Cain's responsibility was to obey and submit to Abel absolutely. Cain receives the blessing through Abel, to have self-control and govern oneself with patience, perseverance, and endurance. And in here, God tried to tell Cain to do just that, right? Here, the Lord said unto Cain, "Why art thou wroth? And why is that countenance fallen?" So he gave Cain actually the opportunity to sort of vent to God, right? You got to understand my position here. Cain could have done that. It's not recorded here in the Bible. Maybe he did. I don't know. Maybe he did. And it says here, Cain talked with Abel, his brother. Well, that must have been a very exciting conversation, I'm sure. it was a very emotional conversation, and maybe, but the result of that was that he rose up against him and slew him. All right, so have self-control and govern oneself with patience, perseverance, and endurance. So what do you think? Are we Abel or are we Cain? Well, it depends. Sometimes we're one, sometimes we're the other. So this is a situation that we go in and out of. We can be either one. And we need to understand in any situation what our position is. Are we the one that is connecting more closely with God? So as you can see with God's conversation with Cain, Cain also had a relationship with God. So maybe Cain thought he was the central figure. But we need to understand, though, that even if we have, of course, everyone has a relationship with God. God can speak to anyone. In fact, God, I think even today is calling out to all the 8 billion people on the earth. Just that most people don't have the eyes to see, the ears to hear. But Cain, though, needed to understand that Abel was closer to God, and that he needed to establish Abel as his mediator, as was evidenced by the fact that God accepted Abel's offering. That should have been a pretty clear indication to Cain that Abel could help him, and that Abel was the one that he needed to get advice from. So the law of Cain and Abel must become absolutely one with God, love God, and Abel must love Cain with the love he receives from God, plus his own love. And Abel is Cain's passageway to the kingdom of heaven. And only God can intervene with Abel. So Abel should pray. Only God can intervene with Abel. Abel should pray. And we right now, of course, in God's providence, the second king is the Abel figure, and the rest of us, in that sense, the rest of us are all Cain. All of 8 billion people in the world are Cain to the second king's Abel figure. And it's interesting, shall we say, tragic, shall I say, confounding, shall I say, that there are so many people in the world who think they can tell the second king how to do his job. No. That's not the way it's done. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. Only God can intervene with Abel. And God, true Father, is guiding the second king. And sure that people mean well. Maybe some people not, but anyway, most people I think do mean well. Oh, you should do it this way. Oh, you're doing this and that's wrong. And I'd like to follow the king, but I don't like this about him. I don't like that about him. All that kind of stuff. Okay, well, if you want to, set out on your own, and see if you can be the central figure, I suppose you're welcome to try, I suppose. But this is the law of Cain and Abel. This is heavenly law, that every person in the world, all 8 billion people in the world, actually, if they knew what was going on today, they would relate to the second king as their mediator with God. And they would love him from God's perspective. And they would obey him, and they would multiply goodness through him if they knew what was going on. And so this is an important thing for us to understand, and for all people to understand. And so let's try not to tell the king how he can do his job. Of course, we make suggestions. Of course, we point things out to him. Oh, this is actually this way or that way, and stuff like that. And we report information to him and stuff like that. But in the end, it's the king who decides what he's going to do. But this, that, or shouldn't be using this kind of religious accoutrement. You know what I mean? Okay. So anyway, Abel. This is something that we must all understand. Cain must become absolutely one with Abel. So that's you and me. Okay, you and me must become absolutely one with Abel. That's the second king. Cain must avoid feeling a lack of love or indulging in feeling unloved and uncared for. Don't get yourself into that kind of thinking. Don't fall into depression like that. And Cain goes before God via Abel, goes to the kingdom of heaven via Abel. And Cain must learn the life of loving God, loving others, and living for others through Abel. Conclusion, I myself am sometimes Abel and sometimes Cain. Accordingly, I have to clearly understand the law of Cain and Abel and practice in my life. And that is true. Sometimes Abel and sometimes Cain, but in relation to the second king, all 8 billion people of the world are in the Cain position. All 8 billion people are in the Cain position. Now, for example, if you are a blessed central family, then in terms of your tribe, you are in the Abel position. You are in the Abel position. And they must then follow these rules. But you have to love them so that they will. You have to bring about the natural subjugation of your tribe to you, so that they don't kill you. Killing you either physically or spiritually. Okay. Right. All right. Well, okay. We still have a few minutes. Let's see if there are any other questions here. Let's see here. Father said that Cain already had resentment against Abel. Okay. World Scripture goes into detail in this. All right. Thank you. Yes, I will expect our study will continue after the conclusion of these few days. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So let's see. The attitude that leads to the kingdom of heaven. Abel should think about God. Well, let's see. It's 55 minutes after the hour now. So let's take a break, and I will come back in 5 minutes at 7 o'clock. All right. All right. Welcome back to the lectures on the original substance and divine principle, the 원리 본체론. And I'm Tim Elder, and we're going through this material together. So this is the second lecture for this evening. And let's just start off where we left. Let's start where we left off. The attitude that leads to the kingdom of heaven. Abel should think about Cain's 심정. In other words, Cain's heart and feelings, I guess you could say. Remember, 심정 is the irrepressible impulse of the heart to give love to an object partner in order to receive joy and love and joy. So think about Cain's 심정 and feelings as much as possible. That is to love Cain. And good people should walk the path of sacrifice in order to rescue evil people. And Cain enters the kingdom of heaven through Abel. And Cain must sever his reciprocal connection with Satan, that is to separate from Satan. And if Cain wishes to believe in God and go towards God, he must sever his relationship with Satan. And then Abel represents the roots, and Cain represents the soil around the roots. In other words, the soil, of course, nourishes the roots so that the root can grow. And the last thing that we must understand about this Cain and Abel story and the Adam's family story is that everything is decided in an instant. And treat each instant as precious and understand the relationship between each instant and our entire life. I'm sure that Cain, when he killed Abel, it occurred in an instant. And he just sort of blew up and unfortunately murdered his younger brother. And so we need to be careful about that and understand that each instant is precious, and then we must understand the relationship between each instant and our entire life. We can ruin our life in an instant, so be careful about that. All right, going on now to the providence of restoration, centering on Noah's family. Okay, so in Adam's family, Adam and Eve didn't keep the commandment. They fell. Cain and Abel then were used by God to try and bring salvation to humanity right then and there, right there at that generation, to bring salvation then. But that didn't work out either. And so what happens? So God has to go through 10 generations then for Noah's family to come along, and things go from bad to worse in terms of the situation of the world. And it's even worse than what we're seeing today, by the way. And so here, and it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them as wives, took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. So God shortened the lifespan to 120 or less, and so that he could move the providence along a bit more quickly. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, of which were old men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination and the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him in his heart. So it got so bad that God actually repented that he had made human beings in the first place. It's a good idea at the time, but this is not working out. But then in Genesis 6:7, God said, and the Lord said, I will destroy man, etc., etc. But then in 8, but Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. So good for Noah. All right, so let's look at Noah's family and see what happened there, and see how God tried to bring salvation to humanity through the family of Noah. So the providence of restoration centering on Adam's family could not be accomplished due to Cain's murder of Abel. Nevertheless, because God had predestined his will to perfect and fulfill the purpose of creation as an unchangeable and absolute will, God established Seth in Abel's place based on the foundation of the loyal heart of Abel that demonstrated toward heaven. And that occurred in Genesis 4:25. Okay? Accordingly, God chose Noah's family from among Seth's descendants to substitute for Adam's family, and they carried out a new dispensation of providence for restoration. So it was descended, but it was 10 generations down. As recorded in the scripture of Genesis 6:13, and God said to Noah, I have determined to make an end of all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence through them. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth. God carried out the flood judgment. Considering this, we can understand that the days of Noah were also a period of the last days. But God was bringing an end to the world of evil, the world under Satan's dominion, so that he could establish his own sovereignty. So let's see how that worked out. So the foundation for the Messiah had to be laid. Fallen human beings must be restored to the state in which they were originally created. For this to happen, they must establish a relationship with the Messiah. To establish a relationship with the Messiah, human beings must first establish the foundation for the Messiah. If there is no foundation for the Messiah, fallen people will kill the Messiah when he comes. All right, so now Noah is the central figure because he's the head of the family. And the original idea with the foundation of faith is that the father of the family is the central figure. That couldn't be done in the Adam's family for the reasons that we've already discussed. But in Noah's family, Noah had no problem, did not have the same kind of problems as Adam did, and so he could be the central figure for the foundation of faith. The object for the condition was the ark. This was the symbolic offering. God told Noah to build an ark, and he did that. Time period, 120 years, 40 days, 21 days, and 40 days. So there were different time periods there. And then the foundation of substance, then, the central figure was Ham, the second son. And he had to, then with his older brother, had to establish the indemnity condition for the removal of fallen nature. In other words, Shem was in the Cain position, Ham was in the Abel position as the second son. So Shem, in Cain's position, had to love. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Because actually, Ham, in Abel's position, had to establish a foundation of faith. And so let's see how that might have taken place. All right, so foundation of faith, the central figure. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Abel, this is Noah right now. Okay, this is Noah. All right. So we'll see here. The foundation of faith. Noah then is the central figure. He's the first father of faith. He comes 10 generations after Adam's family. He's a righteous man. He's a descendant of Seth. And the object for the condition of the ark, the symbol of a new heaven and a new earth. And it was a time period, 120 days, 40 days, 21 days, and 40 days. So the ark symbolized a lot. It symbolized a new heaven and a new earth because it had 3 decks. God told him that to make 3 decks, and these represented the 3 stages of growth. And the ark itself represented a new cosmos that God was creating there. Not that God was, throwing the old cosmos in the trash, but now the sovereignty was going to change from Satan's sovereignty to God's sovereignty. So new cosmos means that the sovereignty would change, not that all the planets and everything would be replaced, but that the sovereignty over the cosmos would change. There were 8 members of Noah's family, 8 members of Adam's family, and so they represented the humanity. And the animals that went into the ark represented the natural world. So a 40-day flood judgment, was the separation of good and evil. God was having given and received a relationship with Noah's family, and Satan was having given and received relationship with the rest of humanity. So here, the significance of number 40 is that following the flood judgment in all courses of the providence of restoration through indemnity, number 40 became necessary as a numerical figure for separating from Satan so that the foundation of faith can be restored. For example, Noah's 40-day flood judgment, 400 years from Noah to Abraham, the 400-year period from Israelite slavery in Egypt, and the 400-year period from Christian persecution under the Roman Empire, Moses, a 40-day fast, 40 days of spying in Canaan, 40 years of wandering in the wilderness by the Israelites, 40-year reign of King Saul, David, and Solomon, Elijah's 40-day fast, 40-day period of Jesus' resurrection. So we see the number 40 appearing again and again and again in the Bible, in both the Old and New Testaments. And so why is that? Why is that? Well, it's because we have the 4-position foundation going through 10 levels. 10 levels, right? Because we have the growing period contains 3 stages, the formation, growth, and completion. And then each stage has its own division into 3 levels, formation, growth, and completion. And so that's 9 stages, or 9 levels, 9 levels within the growing period. And then direct dominion on top of that represents 10. So the 4-position foundation being established through those 10 levels then is what 40 represents. So that is it is a number that represents the separation from Satan. And God is a God of mathematics. We saw in chapter 1 that mathematics come from God, and numbers come from God. And so also in his providence of restoration, God uses numbers. And 40 is a number that he has used again and again and again. It may be 40 or maybe 400, but it comes again and again. And sometimes it's 1600, right? For example, from Adam to Noah. Now, symbolically, all right, these are symbolic years, but the 1600 years from Adam to Noah. All right, so then, I think it was there. So then here, 40-day period for flood judgment, period of chaos after the creation of the universe. This is the time of when they were in the ark and the works of God following the ark, symbolizing the entire course of history that followed God's creation of heaven and earth. Let's see here. Let's go here. Okay. Let's read Genesis 7 here. And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee I have seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast that thou take to thee by 7s, the male and the female, and the beasts that are not clean by 2, male and the female. Of fowls also the air by 7s, male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. Well, except for the fish, right? Father makes the point. The fish are actually having a great time during the flood. Anyway, Noah did according unto all that the Lord commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him into the ark because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts and of the beasts that are not clean, and of fowls and of everything that creepeth upon the earth, they went in 2 by 2 unto Noah into the ark, and the male and the female as God had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the self-same day entered Noah, and Shem, and Ham, and Japheth. So Shem, Ham, and Japheth were the three sons of Noah. So Shem was the oldest, Ham was the second, and Japheth was the third. So, sons of Noah, and Noah's wife. Notice that they don't give her name. I wonder why. Noah's wife and the three wives of his sons with him into the ark. So that's 8. You got Noah, you got his wife, you got his 3 sons, and their 3 wives. So you have 8 in all, which is the, as we saw in the previous slide, same as with Adam, because I guess Seth was also married because you got Adam and Eve plus their 3 sons, Cain, Abel, and Seth, plus their wives, 8. And 8 also represents all of humanity. It's interesting that today have we passed 8 billion yet? But anyway, we're getting close to that number 8. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went into that must have been a very crowded ark. But anyway, it was actually quite big. If you've seen a photograph of the ark made to the scale of what God commanded. And they went unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased and bare up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. So Father said, actually, it was in the Father's words for the day of true all things, right? Father made the point that, hey, for fish, this was a fantastic, this was kingdom of heaven. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle, and of beast, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life of all that was in the dry land died. And every living substance was destroyed, which upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle and the creeping things, followed the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 155 days. So some people might say, well, wait a second, then this is really a mean God. This is a mean God, right? This is mass murder. Well, God is trying to establish his kingdom, a kingdom of peace and harmony, a sustainable world. And things got so bad on the earth, there was so much evil, that God said, listen, the only way we can do this is to do a reboot. Do a reboot. So Adam's family didn't work out, so let's depopulate the world down to one lineage, one family. Depopulate the world down to one family, and then they can begin it again. That was the idea. So, and the waters prevailed upon the earth 155 days. And God remembered Noah and every living thing and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. Fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 155 days, the waters were abated. So the water's now going down. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And I don't know if this is a coincidence, but Father passing in, or Father shedding his physical body took place in the 7th month, 17th day of the month by the heavenly calendar. And on this, we see that the ark rested on Mount Ararat, also in the 7th month and the 17th day of the month. Anyway, I have no idea if that has anything to do with anything. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. And he sent forth a raven which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. So first he sent out a raven, and the raven is flying around, and there's symbolism there, and we'll see that in a minute, I think. And also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the earth. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he pulled forth his hand and took her in and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet another 7 days. And again he set forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And this is where we get that symbol of peace that people like to use, with the dove with the olive branch in its mouth. This second dove that Noah sent out came back with an olive branch, showing that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet another 7 days and sent forth the dove, this is the third dove now, which returned not again unto him anymore. So the dove found someplace else to go. I'm sure that anybody who wanted to get out of that ark was eager to do so. It must have really smelled. So anyway, the dove didn't come back. Can't blame him. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, and the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the second month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, was the earth dried. And God spoke unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife and thy sons and thy sons' wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle. So anyway, God said, all right, now you can leave the ark. Okay, and so then they went forth from the ark, and Noah builded in an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor. The Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more every living thing as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. So we're kind of putting our hopes on this promise, right? That God is not going to destroy the whole, all of humanity. He's not going to take us down to one generation again. But hey, I tell you, things get really, really bad. I don't know. God may feel that he has no choice. Okay, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more every living thing as I have done. So anyway, so it looked like this was going to work. So Noah created the ark as a conditional offering. He was the central figure for the foundation of faith. And he did that over a period of 120 years. And it looked like things were going to be smooth sailing from then on. This was a new Adam's family, and humanity was going to begin again. Well, we'll see. Didn't actually go that way. So let's see what happens here. All right. So the 40-day period of flood judgment was a period of chaos after the creation of the universe, and the works of God following the ark symbolized the entire course of history that followed God's creation of heaven and earth. Okay, any questions up to this point? The Bible and True Father didn't mention anything about Abel's family. Doesn't it mean that Cain and Abel offered offering during teenage years? I don't think so. I don't think that's necessarily so. Yeah. Did the flood? Because also up here we see that Father gives us that Abel's family had 8 people in it. Here we go. 8 members of Adam's family, all humanity, 8 members. So in order for there to be 8, Cain, Abel, and Seth had to have had to have wives. So some people ask, well, where did those women come from? Well, they could have been sisters. Well, we don't know. But yeah, it's interesting that recently there was a article about how scientists believe that the early human or the first human community was actually a product of intermarriage among various sort of human-like or human communities. And so that might answer our question of where the women came from in this kind of situation. But anyway, it's something that we will find out more as we go on, I'm sure. In the next, well, as we overcome the ignorance that came to us as a result of the fall. All right, let's see here. Did the flood judgment occur in the geographical area or cover the whole earth? Well, did it need to cover the whole earth? Was the whole earth populated? I don't think it needed to cover the whole earth. Maybe King Tim is really an angel. No, I'm an AI robot. I'm sorry. All right. Yes, I've been uncovered. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke about that. But anyway, I like the joke. Okay. The works of God following the flood judgment. Yes. How do you know that I'm not an AI robot? Yes. The real Tim Elver is in sleep. Is playing video games right now. Okay. Oh boy. All right. So let's see here. So anyway, we have 120 years building the ark. Okay. And then God said, all right, get in there. And we had it a while ago, right? Come thou and go into the ark. Okay. And here, and let's see, what did he say? For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth, 40 days and 40 nights. Okay, so there was a 7-day period that God gave Noah 7 days to get people into the ark and all the animals 2 by 2 and all that kind of stuff. 7 days. And then there was 40 days of the flood judgment. And then the waters prevailed on the earth for actually 150 days in chapter 8, verse 3. And also in 7:24, the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. And then in 8:3 it says, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. All right, so that's 150 days. And then Noah sends out a raven, and that is that's during a 40-day period. And the waters decreased continually. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven. So 40 days from the time that the waters began to abate to the time that he sent out the raven. And then, and also he sent out a dove to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the earth. And that was and then sent out the first one. That was during a 7-day period, 7-day period, 7-day period. So, and the ark symbolized the new cosmos. In other words, the cosmos that was under God's sovereignty. And the 40-day period was when the earth was formless and emptiness. That was the flood covered. All right, let's say the populated portion of the earth. All right, I don't know if the whole earth was. I don't know. We know that archaeologists say that a lot of ethnic groups in that area of the Middle East have stories, mythical stories of a flood, and they tried to say that this shows that the Hebrew story is just another one of those stories. But I think to us, though, we can say that, well, if you've got a lot of stories about a flood, then maybe there was a flood, don't you think? If you have a lot of people saying, you know what, there was a flood. You know what, there was a flood. Yeah, there was a flood. Maybe that shows that there was, in fact, a flood. All right. So anyway, ravens symbolize Satan, and it flew around, sort of looking for a place where it could invade this providence, because the archangel had designs on Eve's love, and Satan was trying to take both the Cain's and Abel's offerings, and he had designs on Noah's family after the judgment as well, after the flood judgment. And Fathers makes the point that Noah really made a big error at this point where he left the ark. He could have had his family, the members of his family, take an oath or swear that they were going to keep their position. Because if they had done that, then even if they failed, then the position would remain. And this is what Father does. And so that's why, in the blessing, we all we all make promises. We all take the oath, right? We take the oath of marriage, so that even if we fail the position is created and it remains. Right. So the first dove represented the first Adam, and it symbolized Adam, and it returned. It symbolized the falling Adam because God withdrew his ideal from the earth at the fall of Adam. God withdrew his ideal from the earth at the fall of Adam. And then the second dove represented the second Adam. It symbolized Jesus, and the olive branch symbolized a promise. If the people did not have faith, Jesus would die on the cross. So this is an if. It's not a predestination. It's not an absolute prophecy. It's an if. So there was the possibility that things would in fact work out. Third dove, representing the third Adam, symbolized the second covenant, and it did not return because God's will would be realized on the earth with the third Adam. Praise God. And now it has been realized on the earth. It's small, but it's growing. Foundation of substance, all right? So that was the foundation of faith. So let's see about the foundation of substance. So with the foundation of substance, Shem was the oldest, Ham was the second, and Japheth was the third. And so let's see what happened in that relationship. In order that Ham could stand as the central figure for the foundation of substance, the position of the second son had to be restored. To accomplish this, Ham had to become one in heart with Noah, who had successfully accomplished the foundation of faith. Genesis 9:20-26. And that is where it talks about, here, let's read the 20-26. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, told his two brothers without. So he went out and said to Shem and Japheth, wow, you know what I just saw? I just saw our father. He's lying there in his birthday suit, and it's really a shameful thing. Someone might come along and see him. What? Who's going to come along and see him? There are only 8 people on the earth right now. Okay, and there are the three of them. Okay. Who's going to come along and cause embarrassment? Come on. Anyway, the father of Canaan, Ham, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan. Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. So, I think before Father taught us about this, I don't think any of us understood the significance of this story of Noah's nakedness being covered by his two sons, Shem and Japheth, at the instigation of Ham. But it turns out that this is an incredibly important event, and it shows that Ham actually was not at all one in heart with his father. And so as a result, he could not stand as the central figure for the foundation of substance. So here, Satan and God, and Adam, before the fall, was not ashamed of his nakedness. And after the fall, he was ashamed of his nakedness. Before the fall, he was naked and he was unashamed. After the fall, he was ashamed, and so he and Eve created, it says here, aprons in the King James Version, out of fig leaves, so as to cover their lower parts. So he felt ashamed and he covered his body. And then God came along then and said, well, who told you that you were naked? So God rebuked him. And also here in Genesis 9:23, and Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and went backward and covered the nakedness of them. So they were also ashamed of their father's nakedness. And this was at the instigation of Ham. So Ham was not one in heart with Noah. He was not respecting Noah. His father had just saved their lives. His father had saved their lives. Everybody who had been mocking his father for 120 years while he was building the ark on a mountain, all right, on a mountain, of course, people were mocking him. But it turned out that he was right. People were telling him that he was a right-wing extremist, a conspiracy theorist, and all that, and things like that. But it turned out that the conspiracy was true. God was going to destroy the earth with a flood. And no one believed Noah. But it turned out that he was right. It turned out that he saved his family, his wife, the three sons, their wives. And so Ham should have been holding his father in great respect. And if Noah wanted to lie down, if he wanted to get drunk, let him get drunk. If he wanted to lie down there naked in his birthday suit, let him do that. So what? So what? I mean, who's going to come along, right? There are 8 people on the earth. Come on. There are 8 people on the earth. It's not like he's doing it in the middle of Yankee Stadium. So Ham here showed that he could not be one in heart with Noah. And so that resulted in Ham not being able to stand as the central figure for the foundation of substance. And so here, God's plan to reboot humanity through the family of Noah ended in failure. So it was a very tragic situation here. Always, in the workshops that I took, in the workshops that I took when I first joined the church, there was the question, well, what if my father is lying naked? Can I cover him? Yes, you can cover him. It's a different situation, all right? You're not the savior of humanity. Your father's not the savior of humanity. But here the important point is that covering him was a sign of disrespect. They disrespected him during the time that he was building the ark. They didn't help him. Noah had to do it all by himself. That's probably why it took him 120 years. And now, after the fact, after Noah was proven right, and after Noah successfully led them through the flood judgment, not just building the ark, but also gathering all the animals, and people must have said, well, what are you doing that for? What a stupid thing to do. Bring all those animals, you know how much that's going to stink? Well, even after that, guiding the family through the flood judgment, and then after that, still communicating with God to see when it was okay to disembark from the ark. After all of that, Noah should have been held in incredible esteem. But covering his nakedness, there's dad, he's naked and he's drunk. What a shameful thing to do. This was really the sin of Ham. And this was why Ham's action resulted in the failure of the foundation of substance. So reason why Ham's feeling ashamed was a sin. What is a sin? What is sin? We defined this already in chapter 2, but we'll look at that definition again. Sin is a violation of heavenly law committed when a person forms a common base with Satan and sets a condition allowing give and receive action with him. So prior to the fall, Adam was naked but not ashamed. Following the fall, he was ashamed of his nakedness. So the feeling of being ashamed created a condition for Satan to act. And this doesn't mean that we can run around naked right now and say, hey, I'm not ashamed, I'm not ashamed. No, but this was a special situation back then when there were just 8 people on the earth. So I have to keep reminding you, just 8 people on the earth. Right? So and he was inside of a tent even, okay, right? And he drank the wine and was drunken. It was uncovered within the tent, it says. He was inside of a tent. He was inside of a tent. Okay, so not a problem for him to be lying there naked, drunk. So here, Noah's family was to restore Adam's family. That was what they were supposed to do. But as it turns out, they couldn't do it. Adam lost faith through unbelief. In Noah's family, Noah established faith. He was the father of faith. He was the first father of faith. Abraham was going to be the second father of faith, but Noah was the first one. And prior to the fall, Adam and Eve were naked, but were not ashamed. After the fall, Adam and Eve were ashamed of their nakedness and covered themselves, showing that they were ashamed of their sin. And in Noah's family, they had to remain unashamed of Noah's naked body and not cover him, out of just pure respect, But there was a difficulty in that family from before the flood, and that was reflected here, and the disunity in that family was respected. The family was unable to become the central figure for the foundation of the substance. Yeah, if you see your father drunk and lying naked, go ahead and put a blanket on him so he doesn't catch cold, all right? Okay. Don't let him catch cold. That's okay. It's not going to be a shame. It's not going to be a sin for you to do that. As long as you do it out of respect. The result of this was the foundation of faith was successful, but due to Ham's mistake, the foundation of substance failed. Accordingly, the foundation of the Messiah in Noah's family failed. So here, let's see here. True Father created positions for blessed couples, i.e. 36, 72, etc. I'm curious if you know what the second king will do to restore those positions, or is it not necessary? I think it's not necessary. Those positions are still there. They don't need to be restored. Even though the people who occupied those positions left God and betrayed Father, still the positions are still there. And other people can occupy them. Who's going to occupy them? That's above my pay grade, your pay grade. We don't need to worry about that. I think people will, God will do what's necessary for that. Okay. Here, if the foundation of substance had been successful in Noah's family, they would have been able to welcome the Messiah. True. Yes, that is correct. So somehow, maybe, well, I don't know. I don't know how that would have happened. The womb would have had to be prepared to give birth to someone without original sin. But yeah, somehow God would have been able to bring the Messiah to the earth in a short period of time if this had happened. That's true. Thank you for that point, for pointing that out. Okay. The foundation of faith was successful due to Ham's mistake. The foundation of substance failed. So foundation of substance failed because there was never a central figure for the foundation of substance. And Shem and Japheth couldn't do it because it has to be the second son. Lessons about the principle: God's will is absolute, but fulfillment of it is relative. It requires a human portion of responsibility, and human portion of responsibility is given to us by God's grace, so that we can participate in our creation and in our recreation, that is to say, in our salvation. Salvation is a recreation. Salvation is restoration, and it is recreation. God's predestination regarding human beings: God established Abraham's family in the place of Noah's family and carried out a new providence. So God will never give up. God will never give up. He's not going to say, okay, well, that's it. I'm going to Mars, or I'm going to another galaxy. I'm going to try again on another galaxy. Maybe I can do better this time. No. So that also means that, in the universe, no matter what beings may or may not exist, okay, and maybe some point there may be, I don't know, but some beings. But we are the only ones who are created to be God's children. Just we got to do this, get over this hump, human responsibility hump. Okay? That's the hump that we've been trying to get over for the entire 6,000 years of biblical history. But once we do that, then we'll be qualified to be God's children. We'll be qualified to be the Lords of creation. We'll be qualified to be the second creators along with God, and only us, because God works through one point. He puts all of his eggs in one basket, 1 point, and he doesn't go off and do other stuff elsewhere. So maybe this will not work out, so I'm going to go over here and start again, something like that. No, he always puts us into 1 point, one. So if there are beings somewhere in the universe, they are part of the creation that was created for human beings, and we are to have dominion over them, even if they are more intelligent than us, even if they are more scientifically advanced than us. Okay, so all those beings that you see on Star Trek, right? On Star Trek, some of them are pretty intelligent. If you used to watch the TV series, but they are all part of creation. They are not human beings. And of course, Father said that the UFOs and stuff are low-level spirits who think they have to create vehicles in order to travel around, when actually that's not the case. They just don't know how spirit world works. All right, lessons for us to note from Noah's family. Do not act simply according to your own way of thinking. If you do not know, ask. God will teach you when the right time comes. The attitude that leads to the kingdom of heaven: be meek, mild, and persevere. Wait until the right time comes. Be grateful and joyful. And everything is decided in an instant. The relationship between each instant and our eternal life. All right, let's go now to the providence of restoration centering on Abraham's family. So things didn't work out in Noah's family. There was to be a reboot of humanity. God's plan was to depopulate the world down to one family, one lineage, and that this one lineage then would take the place of Adam's family and would create God's lineage on this earth. It was a good plan, but it didn't work out. So God then establishes another plan. This time he's going to work with Abraham's family. And another 10 generations go by for Abraham's family to come. Introduction. As a result of Ham's fallen act, the providence of restoration in Noah's family was not fulfilled. On the other hand, God had absolutely predestined his will to accomplish the purpose of creation. Therefore, on the basis of Noah's loyal heart towards heaven, God called Abraham, who was the son of Terah, an idol seller, someone who was in the position to be the most loved by Satan. Centering on Abraham's family, God recommenced his providence of restoration. And the foundation for the Messiah, fallen human beings must be restored to the state in which they were originally created. For this to happen, they must establish a relationship with the Messiah. To establish the relationship with the Messiah, human beings must first establish the foundation for the Messiah. If there is no foundation for the Messiah, fallen people will kill the Messiah when he comes. So first, the foundation of faith. And the central figure this time is Abraham, because in the foundation of faith, the father is supposed to be the central figure. Adam's family was an exception because Adam had problems. And so then the object for condition here was the symbolic offering, the 3 offerings. And here, and we can go here to where Adam does that. I'm sorry, Abraham. What did I say? Did I say Adam? No, I meant Abraham. And start my video. Okay. Is my video not on? Okay. Here we go. Here I'm in Genesis 15, and God says to Abraham in 15:9, and he said to him, God says to Abraham, take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against the other, but the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram, his name here is still Abram, he's going to change it to Abraham later on. Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, God said unto Abram, know of a surety, thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to the fathers in peace, thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. So God instructs Abraham, or actually here Abram still, to do this offering. Heifer, 3 years old. She-goat, 3 years old. A ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. So here. So this was, again, a three-stage offering. Just like Noah's offering, the ark had 3 decks. So also God is commanding Abram here to do a 3-stage offering. And as with the necessary with an offering, Abram cut the heifer. That must have been a job, right? Heifer, and also the goat. He cut the goat. He cut the ram, but he did not cut the birds. And so, as a result of that, the offering was taken by Satan. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away, showing that this offering was not accepted by God and was actually taken by Satan. So here, since the figure was offered, and the object for condition was the symbolic offering that is in Genesis 15, 9 through, shall we say, 9 and 10, shall we say? Okay, all right, 9 and 10. The three stage offerings. There was a time period there also for that to be done. And then the foundation for substance then here was Isaac, and then later Jacob, and the condition this was the indemnity condition to remove the fallen nature of so that the Messiah could come on that basis, that foundation. So we see, though, already I've told you that the foundation of faith was not successful. Anyway, here, first of all, the foundation of faith, the central figure was Abraham, because here Adam, after Adam, there were 10 generations over 1,600 years, and people lived longer at that time. And Noah came along in Genesis 9:7, 10 generations, 40 days, first father of faith, and Ham was the second son. And then after this plan didn't work, then another 10 generations, because now God has shortened the lifespan. And so now the 10 generations only took 400 years. These numbers, remember, are symbolic. This is the symbolic stage. So in actuality, this is, I think, much longer, but these numbers have a providential significance and are not to be taken literally. So Abraham, 10 generations, 400 years later, second father of faith, and he was actually the first son of his father, the idol maker. And he was in Ur. He was in Ur of the Chaldeans, present-day Iraq, and God told him to leave his home, and so he traveled to Haran, which is in present-day Syria, and then to Canaan, which is present-day Israel. And this was equal. This was a trek that equaled Noah building the ark for 120 years. Why does it keep jumping like that? Okay. So this was equal to Noah building an ark for 120 years. And you can imagine that, so God tells Abraham, or Abram actually at that time, to pick up his family and leave. And Abram may say, to where? And God will say, I'll tell you when you get there. That's that kind of thing. So, all right. All right. Okay. Road trip. Okay. So this was a great act of faith on Abram's part. And he was the son of an idol maker. Maybe somehow realized that his father's actions in making the idols was not a thing to do. But anyway, he was faithful, and so he took off into the desert there, I guess, or at least took off onto the road there with his family and to see what could happen there. All right. So this is what God was doing then with Abraham's family. And Abraham's family situation was that and on his way, by the way, let's see here. So Abram, on his way, well, actually, so he goes to Egypt. And so Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there. I'm in 12, I'm sorry, 12, 10, and following. And Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass when he was come near to enter into Egypt that he said unto Sarai, his wife. Okay, her name is going to change later on to Sarah, but right now it's Sarai. Behold, now I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, they shall kill. They shall say, This is the wife, and they shall kill me. But they will save thee alive. Okay. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And so it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very fair. And the princes also of Pharaoh saw her and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house, and he entered it. He entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen, and he asses and manservants and maidservants and she-asses and camels. So he was willing to pay Abram all these things so that Abram would let the Pharaoh have his quote unquote sister. But actually, if you read the Bible carefully, and I can't remember right now where it says, but actually she was his sister, I think a half sister. But anyway, she was also his wife. And we'll see later on, actually, it'll come up later on that where actually they did have the same father, but different mothers, I think. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, She is my sister, so I might have taken her to wife? Now therefore, behold thy wife, take her and go thy way. And Pharaoh commended his men concerning him, and they sent him away and his wife and all that he had. So he made a pretty good deal, right? He got all those things. What did he get? Sheep, oxen, asses, menservants, maidservants, she-asses, camels. So he got all that, and the Pharaoh did not get what he wanted. So the Pharaoh sent him back, And this was a restoration, in a sense, of what happened in the Garden of Eden. Because the archangel took Eve away from Adam. And the Pharaoh here is representing the archangel. And Abraham is representing Adam. So Sarah maintained her sexual purity with Pharaoh, and Adam and the Pharaoh rejected Sarah and sent her back to Abraham. So this was a restoration of what happened in the Garden of Eden in that sense. All right, and then let me see, I've lost track. Okay. Okay, let's see. This is the last lecture, isn't it? Okay. So anyway, let's finish this slide and then we'll start again tomorrow morning. Am I correct that this is the last lecture? I believe so. 6 to 9, 6 to... There's one more. Okay, this is only the second lecture. Okay, all right, thank you. I was confused there. All right, then Noah's family situation was that Noah had wife and children and animals, and they were on the earth, and then they went into Ark, which was God's world. In other words, the world that was going to be under God's sovereignty. And then Abraham, wife Lot, and wealth Lot being his nephew, and then Egypt, and then Canaan. And Abraham, confirmed as the central figure for the foundation of faith, is able to make the symbolic offering So here, by doing this in 12, he's able to make the symbolic offering, which comes later in chapter 15. All right, let's take a break now. I went over a little bit, but let's begin again at 8:03. All right, welcome back to this morning's lectures. And this will be the third lecture for this morning. And let me just look at a couple of the questions here. God's responsibility, 95% should be noted as grace to help Christians better understand divine principle. Thank you for that suggestion. We'll see. I don't determine these things by myself, so we'll see what happens. How were the 삼대 왕권 이름으로 기도드립니다. 12 tribes decided and organized. I'm not sure which 12 tribes you're referring to here. And what happened to the saints blessed to a spouse now associated with Hakchahan? So Augustine's a spouse, of course, is a now true mother. And in 2017, then the king had a ceremony where Augustine was given a new wife, and Augustine's wife, Yuan Shikang, was elevated to the position of a true mother. And so Augustine has a wife who is in True Father's authority. Her name is Tomomi Tateishi. And the others, unfortunately, are not. And, well, I don't know what is going to happen there, but God is, and Father is guiding to the true family and the second king to accomplish his will. So if something needs to be done, then I'm sure that the Father will guide the second king to do whatever it is that needs to be done. Did Sarah maintain absolute purity both mentally and physically? Yes, she did. So she did not have a relationship with Pharaoh. Pharaoh was going to have a relationship with her, but he didn't, because he had this admonishment from God. And so he sent her back. He said, "Why didn't you tell me that she was your wife?" Creation mode of existence of the four-position foundation does not include very essential teaching of object partner revolving around subjects as its center. Why has this been removed in OSDP? I don't think it's been removed. And I think I did mention it. I did cover it, yes. But it is, of course, the object partner is moving around the subject at its center. This is basic and essential to understanding all principled relationships. It's removal. It's not removed. It's incomprehensible to me. Let's get it back in, please. All right. Well, we can. I don't think it was removed necessarily. Anyway, the OSDP book, which I showed to you. Where is it? Somewhere around here. Then. Oh, it's over there. I can't reach it. Anyway, let's see if it's in the book. Okay. All right. And this is just a lecture guide. So if you want to put it in a lecture when you give the lecture, then that's not a problem. Okay. All right, let's go back here. Talk about Abraham's family. All right, Noah's. Let's see. Let's go back here just a bit to understand what we're talking about here. So the foundation of faith, the central figure is Abraham, and then we're talking here about Adam's family situation, and then Noah's family situation. How this restored Noah's family situation. Noah, with his wife and children, animals, and the earth, they were in the satanic world, but they moved into the ark. And then Abraham, later he changes his name to Abraham, or God changes it to Abraham. He had wife and Lot and all of his wealth, and they went into Egypt, and then from Egypt into Canaan. And Abraham, confirmed as the central figure of the foundation of faith, was able to make a symbolic offering. And then the symbolic offering that we have here in chapter 15 has three stages, and the heifer is the symbol of the completion stage. Let's start at the bottom: the dove and the pigeon. And here in the King James version, let's see here, it is turtle dove and a young pigeon. Turtle dove and a young pigeon is what the King James says, and they are symbols of the formation stage. Matthew 3:16, where Jesus said those who let's go to Matthew 3:16. And Jesus, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water, and lo, the heavens were opened unto him, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove and lighting upon him. So it's a symbol of the formation stage. This is when Jesus was beginning, and the one who completes the formation stage in the Old Testament of providence, Matthew 5:17. Think not that I come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. And so the dove descending on Jesus' head was the symbol of the Old Testament, and the Old Testament being fulfilled in Jesus. And this was because the Old Testament era is the formation era. New Testament era is the growth era, and the completed Testament era is the completion era. So the dove and the pigeon symbolize the formation stage, and the goat and the ram symbolize the growth stage. John 1:29. Well, I'm going the wrong direction. John 1:29. It says, the next day John seeth Jesus coming unto him, and saith, Behold the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world. John the Baptist sees Jesus coming unto him, and said, Behold the Lamb of God. So the goat and the ram symbolizing a lamb here, and John 29, one who initiates the growth stage in New Testament providence. Okay? So that is so John then is acknowledging that Jesus is starting the New Testament providence. And in the symbol of the heifer, of course, in Judges 14:18, we're all familiar maybe with the situation with Samson there, where the heifer symbolized his wife, right? Where he gave a riddle that Judges. Okay. In Judges 14:18. So Samson gave a riddle. Let's look at 14:12. And Samson said unto him, I will now put forth a riddle unto you. If ye can certainly declare it me within the 7 days of the feast, and find it out, then I will give you 30 sheets and 30 change of garments. But if ye cannot declare it with me, then shall ye give me 30 sheets and 30 change of garments. And they said unto him, Put forth thy riddle, and that we may hear it. And he said unto them, Out of this eater came forth meat, out of the strong came forth sweetness, and they could not in 3 days expound the riddle. So he gave the riddle, and they wanted to solve it within 7 days because they had this bet. They had the bet. And then Samson's wife, though, was the one that got the answer out of Samson, and then gave it to the people and so then Samson said here, and the men of the city said unto him on the 7th day before the sun went down, What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? And he said unto them, If ye had not plowed with my heifer, ye had not found out my riddle. All right, so plowing my heifer. Heifer then is the wife. So it's the symbol of the completion stage, because that is when the marriage of the Lamb takes place, the second coming in there. So this is the completion stage, the completed Testament providence. Okay? So then Revelation 9:7, the feast of the Lamb, the age of the wife is the age of the heifer. So then the meaning of the 3 sacrifices, the symbol of the perfected cosmos that is completed through the process of 3 stages of growth. And it's intended to restore horizontally, and in one event, all the vertical providential indemnity conditions that had accumulated through the 3 generations of Adam, Noah, and Abraham. So this horizontal restoration of vertical history. This is actually a concept in Father's teaching. Horizontal restoration of vertical history. And as you see here, it means to restore horizontally, and in one event, all the vertical providential indemnity conditions that had accumulated through the 3 generations or through the previous history. And Father did the same thing. Father came and he restored all of history. He accomplished the horizontal restoration of vertical history during his lifetime. So, and then also the offering was intended to restore through indemnity all the conditions which signify the number 3 and which had been invaded by Satan, thereby completing the entire providence of restoration in a single stroke. So now God is always looking for the quick way. All right, just make it simple. Just do this, and everything will be fine. Abraham should have cut all the symbolic offerings into 2 pieces, but actually failed to cut the dove and pigeon in 2, and so the birds of prey came down upon there and took it away, took the offering away, and it was claimed by Satan and not by God. When the fowls came down, 15:11, Genesis 15:11, when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. Lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. So the offering failed. God could not accept that offering the way that it was offered. So meaning of dividing the offerings means to divide good and evil. And the purpose of the providence of salvation is restoration of the sovereignty of goodness. So all, again here, division here. God required division, right? Required division for there to be successful providence. In Adam's family, there was a separation of Cain and Abel, the division of between Cain and Abel. Adam being, because Adam was the source of good and evil. And Noah's family, a separation of Noah's family from the people of the sinful world, centering on the ark, judgment by flood, separation of good and evil. And Abraham's family, separation of the world of Satan's sovereignty from God's sovereignty. So sanctifying the offering by removing the blood of death, condition to sanctify the offerings of the blood of death that entered into humankind through the blood relationship with Adam and Eve had with Satan. But the effect of not dividing the offerings was that there was no separation of good and evil. They remained under the sovereignty of evil. And following the creation of humankind, the archangel targeted human beings. And in Adam's family, Satan targeted Cain and Abel at the time of their offering. Noah's family, Satan targeted Noah's family after the flood. And in Abraham's family, Satan targeted Abraham's family after the symbolic offering. And so the fowls that came down, says here in 11, the fowls came down upon the carcasses. The birds, some sort of buzzards or something like that, I suppose, came down on the carcasses. And that represented Satan taking the offering. And God could not accept it. The result of the failure of the symbolic offering was that it failed to restore the foundation of faith. So Abraham failed to establish the foundation of faith. And also, God said here that in 13, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve therein, and shall afflict them 400 years. And so we see later that Abraham's family, centering on Joseph, goes to Egypt, and then they stay there 400 years until the time of Moses. And then the providence is prolonged over 3 generations through Isaac to Jacob, the offering of Isaac. And so Isaac had to be offered in order to make up for the failure of this 3-stage offering. So this was an example of the indemnity of greater value. So if the symbolic offering had been successful, the foundation of substance would have been laid centering on Ishmael and Isaac. Ishmael and Isaac then, with Ishmael being in the Cain position and Isaac being in the Abel position, would have laid the foundation of substance. But they never had that chance because the foundation of faith never happened. So then in order to make up for that, in order to indemnify the failure of the 3-stage offering, God instructed Abraham to offer his son as an offering, to take his son to the mountain, put him on an altar, slit his throat, drain him of blood, and offer him up as a burnt offering. And that was a pretty strict thing. But this was necessary if the providence was going to continue. Now, as it turned out, of course, this was not actually required. When Abraham was ready to come down and strike Isaac and kill Isaac, his son, the angel stopped Abraham's hand, and God said, now I know that you fear me. So here, but let's see, Abraham is the key figure of failure, just as Adam was the key figure of the fall. And so Abraham could not now continue as the central figure for the foundation of faith. But the foundation of faith was necessary in order for there to be a foundation to receive the Messiah. So what are we going to do? What is God going to do? The core ground rule of God's providence is that if someone fails their role as a central figure, God does not use that person as a central figure again. Okay, so you can put Hak Jahan's situation into that sentence as well. Nonetheless, God commanded Abraham, who failed in the symbolic offering, to sacrifice Isaac in the Genesis 22, chapter 2. 22, verse 2, I'm sorry, chapter 22, verse 2. And he said, take now thy son, thy only son, Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee of. That's heavy. So a basis on which Abraham could offer the symbolic offering again, how then could Abraham make this offering of Isaac? How could he stand in a position to make an offering to God at all? There is a condition in principle that the providence to lay the foundation with Messiah must be completed at the third attempt. Because Satan invaded the two generations of Adam and Cain, the principle of restoration through indemnity allowed God to be able to restore the two generations of Abraham and Isaac. The artistic, that is, the Shimjong foundation, established by Abel and Noah through the successful completion of their symbolic offerings, was a condition by which God could work to have Abraham offer the sacrifice again. So the Shimjong foundation, established by Abel and Noah through the successful completion of their symbolic offerings, was a condition by which God could work to have Abraham offer the sacrifice again. So the conditions for Abraham's offering of Isaac, okay, well, then Abraham then has to go through the whole thing with Sarah again. And this time he goes not to Egypt, but to Gerar. He goes and the situation is the same then with Abimelech. And this is in Genesis chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah, his wife, she is my sister. Yeah. And Abimelech, king of the Gerar, sent and took Sarah. All right, so apparently they didn't have any communication between Egypt and Gerar at that time. If they had, the Pharaoh would have told the king of Abimelech not to fall for this, but it's going to work again, I guess. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. God says to Abimelech, you're a dead man. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou also slay a righteous nation? She said he not unto me, she is my sister? And she, even herself, said, he is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my mind have I done this. And God said unto him in a dream, yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. And therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Yeah. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning. I suspect he didn't actually get any sleep at all. But anyway, called all his servants and told all these things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said unto him, what hast thou done unto us, and what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said to Abraham, what sawest thou that thou hast done these things? And Abraham said, because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place. They will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet, indeed, she is my sister. See there? This is what I was talking about. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. So actually, she was his half sister. This is here right now in Genesis 20, 12, okay? Chapter 20, verse 12. And it came to pass when God caused me to wander from my father's house that I said to her, this is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me at every place whither we shall come. Say of me, he is my brother. Okay. So anyway, Sarah again, the same thing in restoring the position of Eve. The archangel took Eve away from Adam and cut Eve's relationship with Adam. Sarah, Abimelech, representing the archangel, came close to taking Sarah, but she resisted that, and also God intervened, and perhaps because she prayed, and Abraham was able to take her back from Abimelech, still without Sarah having had a relationship with Abimelech. Okay, so this was again, and first with Pharaoh, then with Abimelech. Twice this now happened. So, and this was let's compare this to Noah's family situation. Noah, his wife and children, animals. They were in the ark, satanic world. They were in earth, and they went into the ark, which represented God's world. Abraham, his wife, and his nephew Lot, and wealth. They were in Gerar. Then they went to Canaan from Gerar. So then the offering of Isaac. So then, because of this successful trip to Gerar and Sarah's restoration of the position of Eve and resisting the archangel and coming back to Adam, that is to say, Abraham representing Adam, that this was possible that this offering of Isaac could be made. And then there was a 3-day course for this to happen. My computer may be about to die. Let's hope I caught it in time. I was losing my battery and I didn't realize it. I think I caught it in time. Anyway, if I suddenly go offline, you'll know why that is. Anyway, so let's continue and see if I caught it in time. I think I did. 3-day course period for separation from Satan when making a new start. And then the intention to kill Isaac was to separate Satan from Isaac. Not killing Isaac because Isaac had been separated from Satan and Abraham's of absolute faith, heart of loyalty, Abraham's, and then Isaac's absolute faith, heart of obedience. Now I know, he says, God's heart of reproach for Abraham's failure in the symbolic offering. So let's look then here. In chapter 22, Genesis 22 is where this offering of Isaac takes place. And so God tells Abraham to go to Moriah and go and say, I'll tell you where it is once you get there. And Abraham rose early in the morning and saddled his ass and took 2 of his young men with him and Isaac his son and clave the wood for the burnt offering and rose up and went unto the place of which God had told him. And then on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place far off. So there's a 3-day course for them to get there. And this was the providence start. And we'll see later on also that oftentimes when there's a major providence about to start, there's a 3-day course for the beginning. And Abraham said unto his young men, abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son, and he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, my father. And he said, here am I, my son. And he said, behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Okay, so Isaac maybe is understanding something here. And Abraham said, my son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which God had told him of, And Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order and bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And during this time, Isaac is obedient. He's absolutely obedient to his father. And this is important because it contrasts with Ham's attitude toward his father. Ham was disrespectful toward his father. Ham was disunited with his father. Ham was not one in Shimjong or one in heart with his father, whereas Isaac was. Isaac is absolutely loyal to his father, even to the point of death. Even to the point of death. And this is how Isaac is successful, where Ham failed, and Isaac is also successful here, where he's going to be successful, where Abraham failed. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son. And an angel of the Lord called upon him out of heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. So here, now I know. Now I know. Before, I wasn't so sure, all right? But when you made that burnt offering, you made that three-stage offering, you didn't cut the dove and the pigeon. So that really sort of undermined the trust that we had. But now I know that you fear God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. So this offering is successful. God's heart of reproach for Abraham's failure in the symbolic offering, God's joy at Abraham's success in the offering of Isaac are both expressed here in this phrase, now I know. So the effect of successfully offering Isaac, so Isaac, by the way, lives. Abraham dies symbolically. Isaac becomes the resurrected Abraham. Abraham and Isaac become one person, and Isaac can now make the symbolic offering as the central figure for the foundation of faith, and that takes place immediately afterward. So now Isaac and Abraham are one. And then in verse 13, we see Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his thorns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. So an offering was made after Isaac was offered symbolically. So here Isaac can now make a symbolic offering as the central figure for the foundation of faith. So the central figure now, foundation of faith centering on Isaac. Central figure is Isaac, where Abraham actually did it for him, and the object for the condition was the ram in Genesis 22:13. But Isaac and Abraham are one now, so Abraham can do it instead of Isaac. But actually, Isaac is the one that is actually, well, he's not. It's Abraham that's actually doing it, but effectively it is Isaac because the two are one now. Let's see here. Anything here? Who or what is the counterpart of the heifer? Well, there is no counterpart of the heifer. There is there, yeah, because there's a unity there, and I guess it's because of unity. There's no need for a counterpart. If a CF fails their mission, but later repents, can this CF be used for a different mission of maybe a lesser importance? In other words, does God match the qualifications of a person with a mission or equal greater importance that will cause the necessity of spiritual growth in order to achieve that mission? I think so, yes. I think that does often happen. And this central figure be used in a different mission of lesser importance. I guess you're talking mostly about our life of faith in the church. And I think we see that happening, yes. Does God match the qualifications of a person with a mission of equal or greater importance that will cause the necessity of spiritual growth in order to achieve that mission? I think God often puts us in positions where there is a necessity of spiritual growth. That is certainly true. Next one, I'm not sure if I understand. Abe's remarkable obedience. Abel's remarkable obedience, or Isaac's? You mean Isaac's remarkable obedience? I'm not sure who you're talking about here. Pro 19. All right, so this offering of Isaac and then of the ram is successful. That's then so now the symbolic offering has been made by Isaac with Abraham. So now we just need the foundation of substance, and we'll have the foundation to receive the Messiah. And here the central figure is Jacob, and because now this is Isaac's family, and this is a continuation of Abraham. It's the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So all that three generations is going to be counted as one. And Jacob, of course, is the second son of Isaac, and he's going to be the central figure for the foundation of substance. And first, there's the restoration of the birthright, where he buys the birthright from his brother. Let's see here. Trying to find the place where we have that. Okay, well, actually, it would be nice, wouldn't it? I think in the future we're going to put all these verses there in the PowerPoint. Well, I cannot find it just now. But anyway, you know the story that Esau came home after a hunting trip or what he was doing and working in the field, and he was very hungry. And he asked Jacob for some lentil soup, and Jacob said, "Okay, well, I'll do that, but you have to give me your birthright." And basically, Esau said, "Yeah, whatever. You can go ahead and have it. I'm going to die if I don't have some soup right now." And so he took the soup and sold his birthright for that one meal. Here we go. Okay, this is in chapter 25, Genesis 25. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of the venison. But Rebekah, that's the wife of Isaac, loved Jacob. And Jacob sawed pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, "Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint." Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said, "Sell me this day thy birthright." Esau said, "Behold, I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me? I'm going to die here unless I have something to eat right now. I'm going to die." Jacob said, "Swear to me this day." And he sware unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went away. Thus Esau despised his birthright. So the elder brother to restore the birthright of the elder son, and the father Isaac to receive the blessing. So the restoration of the birthright was accomplished by Jacob. And then the restoration of the family in Haran. So then after, of course, at the death of Isaac, of course, you know the story. Isaac said to Esau, "Before I die, I just want one more meal of your venison. So go out and get some meat for me and cook it for me, and I'll eat it, and then I'll bless you." And Rebekah overheard this, and so she made it so that Jacob would fool his father and receive the blessing from his father instead of his older brother Esau. And then Esau came home and realized what had happened, and he was ready to kill his younger brother, just like Cain had killed Abel. And so Rebekah said to Jacob, well, you need to get out of here. You need to go to Haran, where my brother lives, that's Laban, where your uncle Laban lives, and you need to stay there for a while until things cool down here. And so Jacob travels to Haran, where Laban is, and then he restores his family in Haran because Laban has two daughters, and of course Jacob would like to marry the younger one, Rachel, and Laban says, "Okay, you can do that if you work for me for 7 years." And so Jacob does that. At the end of 7 years, there's a wedding. But then I guess in those days, maybe the face of the bride was covered. I don't know. But anyway, Jacob wakes up the next morning and realizes that he's got the wrong girl. And so he goes to Laban and says, well, wait a second, you ripped me off. You didn't give me Rachel. You gave me Leah instead. And so Laban says, well, in our culture, you've got to respect our culture, right? In our culture, the older girl has to be married first. And so that's why you married Rachel, you married Leah. And so Jacob says, well, I still want Leah. And so Laban says, okay, well, tell you what, keep Leah, and you can have Rachel after another 7 years. And so Jacob works another 7 years, and this time he does marry Rachel. So now he has two wives, and each of them has a handmaid. And so now actually he has 4 women, because he has sex with those women as well. And all told, they give him 12 sons. And here the Haran there is, excuse me, is the symbol of the satanic world. And Uncle Laban is Satan in substance. And Laban's 2 daughters and their 2 handmaids, 4 wives. Well, technically 2 wives and 2 handmaids, but essentially 4 women anyway, and 4 baby mothers, baby mamas, I guess you call them these days, 4 baby mamas, finding servants and restoration of the archangel. So then, so that's not the end though, because now Jacob has 4, baby mamas, but then he doesn't have any property. So he goes to Laban and says, okay, but I need some property. And Laban says, well, you can have the livestock that has all sorts of strange markings on them that I don't want because they look ugly. And so then he does that. Okay. So here Jacob then restores his family in the land of Haran. And he also establishes governance over creation, restoration of wealth and assets. So in the end, he actually takes a great deal of assets from Laban's property. And his family escapes. They took the idols that Laban loved when they left. And there's the destruction of the idols. They buried them under an oak tree after the 3-day course had passed. And also Jacob fought with the angel at the ford of Jabbok and was victorious and received the name of Israel, the angel's blessing, as the blessing of the angel. So here then there's the addition of the substantial offering, indemnity condition to remove the fallen nature. In order to establish this, there has to be unity between Jacob and Esau. And let's review here what has happened here. Adam had Cain and Abel, and that didn't work out. So then Noah, Shem, and Ham. And Noah certainly accomplished the foundation of faith with the ark. Ham, however, did not inherit that position from his father, so he could not stand as the central figure for the foundation of substance, and therefore the providence around Noah failed, as had the providence around Adam also failed. And then Abraham had first Ishmael and Isaac, And if the conditional offering, if the symbolic offering had been successful, then Ishmael would have been in the Cain position, Isaac in the Abel position, and if there had been unity there, then the providence to receive the Messiah would have been successful. But that did not happen because Abraham did not set the foundation of faith through the symbolic offering. But then that foundation, then Isaac inherited that position as the central figure of the foundation of faith, and he made the symbolic offering with the ram that was caught in the thicket at that mountain. Then he had two children, Esau and Jacob. They were actually twins, but Esau was the older of the twin. And so Jacob then becomes the central figure of the foundation of a substance. Isaac has accomplished the foundation of faith by making that offering of the ram that was caught in the thicket. Because Isaac was an offering, he could not become the central figure himself at this time for that particular time for the foundation of substance. So then let's look at Genesis 33, 1 to 12 for the reunion of Jacob and Esau. So Jacob has been in Haran for 21 years. He's got 2 wives, 2 handmaids, 12 sons by all 4 of the women with him, and he's got lots and lots of cattle and all sorts of things, sheep and stuff like that. And so he's driving them back to Canaan from Haran. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. That's not a good sign. And he divided the children unto Leah and unto Rachel and unto the 2 handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost. Yeah, you guys go ahead, all right? You guys go ahead. We'll have your 6. We'll be right behind you. I don't know about this. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hintermost. Remember, he actually loves Rachel, all right? So he keeps Rachel in the background, in the rear with himself. And he also loves Joseph. So the one that he loves is back there in the rear with himself. And by the way, he's at the ford of Japheth. The angel struck his thigh and sort of broke his leg. And so now I think he's on a crutch. Anyway, and he passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children and said, Who are these? Who are those with ye? And he said, These children which God hath graciously given thy servant. Then the handmaids came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord, referring to his older brother. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. Well, the older brother, I think, is kind of proud, so he's not going to take this kind of thing from his younger brother. So he says, yeah, you can go ahead and keep those things. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand, for therefore I have seen thy face as though I have seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. I think Jacob's laying it on pretty thick here. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God hath dealt graciously with me, because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me, and if men should overdrive them, one day all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I would lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure until I come unto my Lord in Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way to Seir. And Jacob's journey to Succoth and built him a house and made booths for his cattle. Therefore, the name of the place is called Succoth. So actually, Jacob did not go to the same place as Esau after this meeting. So they did not stick together for very long. It was one meeting and then, yeah, I'll see you later type thing. So here, the foundation of substance anyway was successful. Yeah, Jacob laid it on pretty thick, with this, I have seen, therefore I have seen thy face as though I have seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Yeah. But anyway, the end result is that the foundation of substance was successful. And so then now we have the foundation for the Messiah. Praise God. After all this time, finally that is successful. And God, I'm sure, is very pleased. So the impact of Jacob's victory is that Isaac's family horizontally restored the entire vertical course of history that started with Adam's family and which had the purpose of restoring through indemnity the foundation of substance. So everything that went before that, all the failures that had happened before that were all restored in Isaac's family, in the reunion between Jacob and Esau. And as a result of Jacob's victory, the origin of the chosen people, Abraham's descendants, become the chosen people. This is because of Jacob's victory. And remember, Jacob received the name of Israel at the ford of Jabbok, just before the scene that we just read about. And through Jacob, whoops. I don't know what's going on here suddenly. As a result of Jacob's victory, through Jacob, God's side, Abel comes to subjugate Satan's side, or Cain. And Jacob's course becomes the model course for subjugating Satan's side. And the history of the chosen people of Israel becomes the central history of the providence of restoration. The God of three generations, Exodus 3:6, there's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. From the perspective of the providence, these three generations are the same as one generation. Remember how President Trump would flatter Putin and Kim Jong-il, and the Democrats would go up in arms and say, oh, look, he loves dictators. Well, yeah, but also, it was the 4 years during President Trump's administration that Russia did not invade Ukraine any further than they already had. It was during President Trump's administration that North Korea stopped shooting missiles toward Japan. So, and you see here, this where Jacob is laying it on pretty thick. I've seen the face of God, and Trump was flattering Putin and Kim Jong-un. But what he accomplished, though, what Jacob accomplished was the foundation of substance. What Trump accomplished was what am I talking politics for? You get the idea. I'll stop. Okay. All right. So here then, one generation, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, are now treated as one generation. The person who must walk the central path in all courses for indemnification is the Abel type figure who stands as the center of the offering of substance. Abel, Ham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph. Okay? The person who must walk the central path in all courses for indemnification is the Abel type figure who stands as the center of the offering of substance. Abel in Adam's family, Ham in Noah's family, Isaac in Abraham's family, Jacob in Isaac's family, and also Joseph in Jacob's family. So the reasons why Abraham's family became the chosen people and the Messiah came to them is that here Adam's family, Adam and Eve, was the sin of immoral sex, Cain and Abel, the sin of murder, Archangel, the sin of lying, all this. Then this was restored through indemnity in Abraham's family. So Abraham and Isaac restored Eve, did not commit sin of immoral sex, even though Sarah had to go through this situation twice, once with the Pharaoh of Egypt and once with the king of Gerar, Abimelech of Gerar, where she was the ruler, tried to take her as his wife. And I'm sure they had other wives as well, but tried to take her as another one of his wives. But then Sarah was able to get out of that situation by God's help, able to get out of that situation and maintain her purity. So did not commit the sin of immoral sex. So Abraham and Sarah maintained absolute sex and not commit the sin of immoral sex. And Isaac and Rebekah is Isaac's wife, deceived the father and the elder son so Jacob could receive the blessing. And then with Jacob and Joseph, the restoration of Adam, did not commit the sin of immoral sex, and then Joseph indemnified the sin of murder, loved his enemy, and restored the wealth. As here, Joseph, of course, was sold into slavery and wound up in Egypt, and through a series of events became sort of the prime minister of that. And even though his brothers had, well, actually, at one time they were going to kill him, but they decided not to. And Joseph forgave them for thinking of killing him and then selling him into slavery. Okay, let's see what we have here in terms of questions. Abraham is a perfect example of absolute obedience, much to learn from studying the Old Testament. Yes. Better not have 4 wives at the same as today. We are approaching the ideal, the kingdom of original ideal. Yes. Well, yes, but also remember that this is before Moses. All right, this is before Moses, and before Leviticus 18. Okay, before the laws of the Torah, and so people are still coming out of the ignorance that resulted from the fall, and so people don't yet understand that in God's ideal of creation, it's just one man, one woman. And so I think that's what's going on here. And the Old Testament is not a textbook for how we should act. It's a story, it's a series of stories of how God worked through history. And so, yeah, obviously today we cannot have 4 wives. In fact, when Father sent out missionaries all over the world in 1975, was it? 75, I believe. And a question came back from Africa to True Father. We're in an Islamic country, and men here are allowed to have 4 wives. So what happens when they receive the blessing? And Father's answer was clear. They got to choose. Okay, can only be blessed with 1 wife. So they have to choose. And the other 3 wives will have to be blessed with another man. So yes, because we are approaching the era of God's original ideal. So again, I think it's been mentioned before, but True Father emphasized how important Jacob's victory was over the angel, which led to Esau surrendering to Jacob. Yes, it is very important. And Jacob wrestled with a man. Is this man an angel? How do we know it was an angel? So actually, I think, let's go back here. Was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, "Let me go, for the day breaketh." And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, What is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. And Jacob asked him and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, Wherefore is it that thou dost ask for my name? And he blessed him there. Jacob called the place Peniel, where I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. And so Jacob himself said that he had been wrestling with God, that he had wrestled with God here. And often from time to time in the Old Testament anyway, angels are referred to as men. Even in the New Testament, in Acts chapter 1, where the disciples are watching Jesus ascend into heaven, right? In Acts chapter 1. And there are 2 men dressed in white standing by there. Okay, so let's see here. Acts 1:10, and while they looked up steadfastly toward heaven, as he went up, and behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel. So also these were angels, or at least spirit beings anyway. Angels are, I think it's generally considered, that were with them there and telling them, why are you looking into heaven? So also this man that mentioned here, Jacob himself realized that this was not a regular man, but he says, I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. All right, so looks like we're about out of time. Okay, therefore, okay, so there, all right. So how do we know it was an angel? Well, I think by context, I think we know that it was an angel. All right. Good evening. Good evening. This is Tim Elder. Good evening. And we're about to begin the next in a series of lectures on the original substance of divine principle, the Worldly Puncheron, which Father worked with Reverend Yu Jong to summarize more deeply the teachings that he reveals to this age. And today we'll be going from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. And this will be the the second and final section of the fifth day of these lectures. And we're scheduled to go for 8 days. I don't know if it's actually going to take 8 days. We seem to be going a little bit ahead of schedule, so it's possible that we may not go the full 8 days. Anyway, let's start where we left off yesterday here, and let's review a little bit of what we talked about yesterday. We began talking about this slide, and that is the reasons that Abraham's family became chosen people, and the Messiah came to the descendants of Abraham's family. Because there were many tribes and various groups that were around the Middle East, and of course also in other areas, perhaps of the European continent, the African continent, and so forth. So what was so special about Abraham's family? This one family, by the way, of course, which has now expanded in today's world to the entire Jewish people throughout the world. But we see here that Abraham's family restored through indemnity all that had been done wrong in Adam's family. Adam and Eve had committed the sin of immorality. And here Abraham and Isaac succeeded in restoring that and succeeded in setting conditions for the restoration of Eve. First with the Pharaoh of Egypt, and then with the king of Gerar. They went there, and Sarah went into the bedroom of those two people, but came out without having had sex there with either the Pharaoh or with the king of Gerar. So that restored the sin of immoral sex in Adam's family. Then Cain and Abel committed the sin of murder. And also here, Rebekah helped Jacob to get away so that he would not be murdered by his older brother, and so that then he could restore the elder sonship for God's side. And then the archangel committed the sin of lying to Eve, but here it was actually Jacob and Rachel lied to Laban, the representative there of Satan in Haran, and came away with his idols and was successfully able to deceive him from God's side. And so, and then also Joseph indemnified the sin of murder by loving his enemy, as to say the brothers who had sold him into slavery and also had seriously contemplated killing him. And so also he restored the wealth of the family there. So Jacob's victory is the origin and genesis of the chosen people. There's the people of Israel, because Jacob at the ford of Jabbok received the title or the name of Israel. And as a result of this victory, Christ could come to the chosen people of Israel. So people of Israel became the chosen people as a result of these actions by Abraham's family to restore the sin of Adam's family, and then to grow into a nation, increase into a nation over the centuries, and then receive the Messiah. So God chose one family, Abraham's family, which was just a few people. And then based on this one family, God created a nation of people, and then sent the Messiah, Jesus, to that nation of people. So that's an interesting way that God works, isn't it? So today also, he has chosen one lineage. He has chosen one lineage, the second king, Cheonggyemun's lineage, and then this lineage will increase in the future, and it will become the center point for the establishment of Chanuru as we go forward. And the reason why Christ could not come at that time, even that particular time, even though the foundation for the Messiah was successful. So with Isaac establishing the foundation of faith with the symbolic offering of the ram, and then Jacob and Esau, or Jacob through Esau, are establishing the foundation of substance. And let's give credit to Esau as well. He went to meet his brother with 400 men, as he heard that his brother was coming back. So he went to meet him with 400 men. And it's not clear exactly what Esau had in mind, but it's possible that he went there with the idea to finally kill his brother. His brother got away when he was younger. And certainly if Jacob had not escaped, we can presume that Esau would have killed him. But Rebekah, the mother, helped Jacob to escape to Haran. And after, I think it was 21 years, after 21 years, Esau probably still had some enmity in his heart. But when Jacob met him, Jacob was successful in melting all that enmity and uniting with his brother and establishing foundation of substance. That was the first time that the foundation of substance was established in God's providence. So the foundation of the Messiah had been completed, and yet Christ could not come at that time. And why was that? The foundation for the Messiah was established through Jacob's victory, but on Satan's side, already then, ethnic group level foundation had been laid. So the Israelites were still very few. In fact, Israel, it was just Jacob's family at that point. Okay, so Esau's family too. But we saw in the Bible yesterday that after the meeting, Esau says, "Okay, well, let's go together. Let's go together." And Jacob says, "Well, you go on ahead. Well, I've got some young kids here, young children. They can't walk very fast, and also I have some livestock here, and I don't want to push them too hard, otherwise they may die. So you go on ahead, and I'll join you." And Esau says, "Okay." And then Jacob doesn't follow him. Jacob goes someplace else. Father actually makes the point that later on, when Joseph goes into Egypt, actually Jacob's family and Esau's family should have gone together, but they didn't. Right? And Esau's family becomes the Edomites, and they cause some trouble for 400 years later. They cause some trouble for the Israelites as they're coming out of Egypt. So should have gone together. They should have stayed together, but apparently Jacob was not entirely confident about his brother's good intentions. 400 men, 400 armed men. I assume they were armed. Maybe I better be careful about this. So on Satan's side, there were ethnic group level foundation, and on God's side, still in the process of establishing a family level foundation. And the Messiah can only be sent when an ethnic group level foundation had been established. In other words, so once the Israelites had become an ethnic group, which they finally did, but it took them 400 years in Egypt to accomplish that. And also with Abraham's failure in making the symbolic offering, Abraham's descendants were still required to complete 400 years of slavery in Egypt. So the foundation of the Messiah had been successfully established in Abraham's family through Isaac and Jacob, but Christ could not come at that point, and so God's providence had to be extended and lengthened until a foundation could be laid on an ethnic group level for Jesus to come. As always, God has to have a relatively, it's a bet, it's a gamble for God. It's a gamble. He sends the Messiah, but then are the people going to accept the Messiah, or are they going to kill him? And as it turned out, of course, the people did hand Jesus over to the Romans to be executed. But in that situation, though, Jesus was able to establish some sort of foundation, was able to establish a at least a foundation for spiritual salvation. So at least that much could be accomplished. Of course, if Jesus had gone to any other group, he would have been killed much quicker, much earlier, and would not have been able to establish anything at all. So we are grateful to the Jewish people for allowing Jesus to at least establish a foundation for spiritual salvation. The foundation for the Messiah must be maintained up until the time the Messiah is sent. The unity between Esau and Jacob was necessary until the time that the Messiah is sent. And Jacob's family, 12 sons, 70 family members entered into travail in Egypt, but Esau's family was not included. This became a condition that Satan might be able to invade. And yes, this was in fact what happened. So there was still tension between the two groups, between Jacob's descendants and Esau's descendants. Even as the Israelites were coming out of Egypt, there was this tension. As a result, in the future, when the Messiah came, Satan had conditioned to strike him. Accordingly, in order to separate Satan, God sent the prophet Elijah to Israel and had him defeat 400 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah on Mount Carmel, and then destroyed them. However, the wife of King Ahab, Queen Jezebel, refused to submit and sought to kill Elijah. Elijah fled, and after traveling for 40 days and 40 nights, spent the night in a cave on Mount Horeb. Eventually, later on, a chariot of fire and horses of fire appeared, and Elijah ascended to heaven on a whirlwind. As a result, because Satan would be able to strike Jesus Christ in the future, God gave the prophecy that he would first send Elijah the prophet. We're talking about Malachi chapter 4, verse 5, which we've already looked at. The person to fulfill the mission of Elijah was John the Baptist. Unfortunately, despite being prepared, John the Baptist fell into unbelief. The Jewish leaders fell into unbelief. Chosen people of Israel fell into unbelief. And even Jesus' disciples fell into unbelief. As a consequence, Jesus Christ ended up dying on the cross. In the end, when the second coming of Christ comes after 2,000 years of preparation by God, there is still a condition that Satan might attack him. And as such, at the time of the second coming, it will be necessary for someone who can fulfill the mission of Elijah to appear. And there have been also, in Father's case, there have been a whole string of John the Baptist, or potential John the Baptist, I should say. And some have accomplished a little bit of the work, but none have really stuck with him the whole time, unfortunately. And by John the Baptist, I mean someone who is prominent in the satanic world, as John the Baptist was prominent among the Israelite people. And although the Israelites were the chosen people, but still their society represented a satanic society, right? Because they were not, they had original sin, and so John the Baptist was, we could say, he was prominent and he was respected within that society of people with original sin, that society of sinners. And so in that sense, I refer to them as a satanic society. As we have today, the satanic world around us, all around us. And so it would be great in terms of a Father's and God's providence if someone who is prominent within that satanic society around us, who would take the position of John the Baptist and would testify to society based on the respect that he commands in society, testify to true Father, testify to the second King. That would be good. That would be good. But that doesn't happen, and so we are sort of grinding out the victory a little bit at a time, as we have here, as we see. And lessons that we can learn from Abraham's family: the human portion of responsibility is always necessary for the will to be accomplished. So we saw that in Abraham, his offering, the symbolic offering that he made of the ram, of the goat, and the heifer on top, the ram and the goat on the middle stage, and then the doves on the bottom stage. And he didn't cut the birds, and so that symbolic offering failed. It was taken by the birds of prey. And so that at that point, the human portion of responsibility failed. But then he was successful, though, in his offering of his son, and showed that was an act of repentance, actually, for Abraham. And he was able to reestablish this connection with God, so that God could say, now I know that you fear me. So at that point, Abraham did accomplish his portion of responsibility, so that Isaac could be the central figure, having united Isaac, of course, accomplishing his portion of responsibility, being absolutely loyal and obedient to his father, and allowing his father to tie him up and place him on the offering altar, and then even being still as his father was about to kill him. This was Isaac's absolute obedience. But then God, and the angel of God, stopped Abraham's hand, and God said, "Okay, now I know that you fear me, and so that you fear God." So that accomplished both the human portion of responsibility as far as Abraham was concerned, and also as Isaac was concerned. And then with the relationship of Jacob and Esau, Jacob accomplished the human portion of responsibility, and made sure that his brother could not kill him, and then returned, and then also humbled himself to his older brother, so that he and his older brother could unite, at least for that particular scene. After that, of course, they went their separate ways, and that set the condition, a bad condition for later on. But at least at that moment, the two were united. So here, lessons to take note of: a small failure requires a larger condition of indemnity to be established. Abraham not cutting the birds seems like a small failure, but then right away God told him, "Listen, your descendants are going to have to go into a land of strangers for 400 years, and they're going to have to serve them for 400 years." He didn't say, God did not say specifically that they would be slaves, but in the beginning they were not. In the beginning, the Pharaoh, had a very high opinion of Joseph, and so the Abraham and his family were given some good land there to farm. But then, when a new Pharaoh came, who did not have that foundation, then they were put into a sort of second-class citizen status and became slaves there. I must always separate good and evil within myself, and that's certainly true. And we need to recognize what is evil within myself. We may have urges, we may have temptations. Figure out what it is that triggers you, and then avoid those triggers. That's one way of handling it. But we need to always be determined to do better today than we did yesterday, better this month than we did last month, and better this year than we did last year, so that little by little we can grow towards maturity in God's will. And we know our sin, but never give up, and never tell yourself, "Oh, well, this is who I am, and I can't do anything about it." Well, number one, it's not you who you are, not who God created you to be, and you can do something about it. And that something is called the human portion of responsibility. This thing is tough. It's tough. It is really tough. But it is what we need to do in order to qualify as God's children, in order to qualify as the lords of creation, and in order to be creators, the second creator, or to have creativity with God. This teenager in what is it, Scandinavia? What is it, Norway or Sweden? Where is she from? Norway. That's Greta Thunberg. If she's so worried about the environment, what should she do? What should she do? What would be our advice to her? Well, our advice to her, of course, would be to grow to maturity, receive the blessing, right, and become one with God in Shimjon, the irrepressible impulse to give love to an object partner so as to experience love and joy. Become with God in Shimjon. Then we will know how to exercise godly dominance over the environment. so she needs to receive the blessing. Also, lessons to take note of: mother-son cooperation. Rebecca, yes, she understood what needed to be done, and she was very confident in her course, and she knew that Jacob was the one who would receive God's blessing, and so she helped her son. And pay attention to small things. Negligence becomes the cause of failure. And I believe Father said this, that actually what happened with Abraham's symbolic offering was that he actually didn't make the offering himself. He had some of his servants do it, but he didn't check their work. And this was an important thing, and Abraham should have checked, but he didn't check their work. So pay attention to small things. Yeah. Some people say don't sweat the small things, but hey, Abraham should have sweated the small things. He should have sweated the doves, but he didn't. And look what happened. And third, the third lesson, the attitude that leads to the kingdom of heaven. Jacob to invest in everything possible for the sake of Esau, with blood, sweat, and tears, and dedication of effort. So he took everything that he had gained from 21 years and offered it to Esau. And Esau said, "Well, no, that's all right. I've got enough of my own property and everything like that. I've got more than enough for myself. So you keep that." See? And then Esau also submitted himself to Jacob. He was humble to Jacob. And so that was the victory of Esau and the victory of Jacob there when they met after 21 years. And everything is decided in an instant. Treat each instant as precious. Don't let your guard down. Treat each instant as precious, and always be aware of the relationship between each instant and our entire life. So our life can be decided in an instant. If we make the wrong decision, or if we commit a sin in an instant, then that can affect our life and also the lives of those around us and the lives of our children and descendants. So comparison here of the courses of Adam, Noah, and Abraham here. So here, fallen human beings, and we have fallen human beings, and we're trying to get up here to Christ, right? The foundation to receive the Messiah. We're trying to get up here to Christ. So here, we have fallen human beings. We have to establish the foundation of substance and the foundation of faith in order to have the foundation for the Messiah. And then once we have the foundation for the Messiah, then Christ can come and have given receive relationship with the human beings, and oneness in ideology, action, lifestyle, and shimjong, or heart and shimjong. And this will then remove original sin and accomplish the purpose of creation. So with the foundation of faith, let's look at foundation of faith first, because that is more important. Abel made an offering of the lamb, okay, and this was successful. He made an offering of the lamb. But on the foundation of substance side, in Adam's family, we're looking at Adam's family right now, Cain and Abel could not unite because Cain murdered Abel. So then things went down then to Noah's family, and Noah created the ark. And here again, the foundation of faith was successful. Noah, after 120 years, although without the help of his family and under the mocking of the people around him, of the satanic society around him, they mocked him and everything like that, but he created the ark, and this was successful. And then the flood came, and God depopulated the world down to one lineage. And so then human beings had an opportunity to reboot. So Noah's family could replace Adam's family. But then in Noah's family, the foundation of substance was to have been done by Shem and Ham, Shem being the first son and Ham the second son. But this didn't happen because Ham failed to respect his father, failed to be one with his father in Shimjong, and the irrepressible impulse to give love to an object partner so as to accept love and joy, to experience love and joy. So Ham never stood in the position of a central figure for the foundation of substance. Shem never had the opportunity to do his part. So this was the failure then in Noah's family. All right, so then we go down to Abraham's family. So from here, from Adam's family to Noah's family was 10 generations and 1,600 years. Noah's family to Abraham's family was 10 generations, 400 years. God shortened the human lifespan here, Father says, so that providence could move forward more quickly. So Abraham's family down here after 10 generations and 400 years. And then Abraham was to offer the sheep and the goat and the heifer and also he offered that, but he didn't cut the doves. So the foundation of faith was a failure. That symbolic offering that God instructed was not done properly, so it was a failure. And so God said that they would have to go into a land of strangers and be there for 400 years. So God chose Abraham's family, and He didn't revoke that choosing. But when God chooses us, okay, God doesn't let go so easily. But if we go against that choosing, then we have to go through some difficult course in order to recover our position as the chosen people. And remember that today, in today's world, the blessed central families under Father's authority around the world are this chosen people. So let's be careful then. Okay, so make sure that you cut those doves. Sweat the small stuff. Sweat the small stuff. Yeah. Okay, so then Abraham had to offer Isaac, the sacrifice of Isaac, and with the sacrifice of Isaac, he did accomplish the foundation of faith. Isaac accomplished the foundation of faith after inheriting the position from his father through his absolute obedience. So Isaac accomplished the foundation of faith. And then Isaac then offered the ram, and then this was a success. And so Isaac established his relationship with his father, unlike Ham, and then offered the ram, and this was a success. So the foundation of faith was successful. And Abraham was able to stand in a position to offer Isaac because this was the third time that God's side was attempting this. And Father's teaching is that because in the Garden of Eden, Satan invaded at the top of the growth stage. In other words, the top of the second stage. So Satan can invade the first two. That's possible. But the third stage is always going to be victorious for God, one way or another. And so Abraham could stand in the position of the position to offer Isaac, to make an offering of Isaac for that reason. And then Isaac, united with that, offered the ram, and the foundation of faith was successful here. And then Abraham's family, the foundation of substance, Isaac's children, Jacob and Esau. And here, when Jacob bought the birthright from his older brother, and then fooled his father, Isaac, when Isaac was about to die, to receive the blessing from Isaac. When Esau found out, he was angry. He was going to kill his brother. But Rebekah, the mother, helped Jacob to escape to the land of Haran, and Laban, Rebekah's brother, so Jacob's uncle. And Jacob stayed there for 21 years. And during that time, he married twice. He married two women who each had a handmaiden. So he had 4 women in all, and had children by all 4 of them. So a total of 12 children. And then he came back to meet Esau. Also, he had property. He collected property while he was there. Came back to meet Esau and offered everything to Esau. But Esau submitted himself humbly to Jacob and said, "Oh no, that's okay. You keep it. I've got enough." And so this meeting was successful. That meeting was successful. Esau, although he brought 400 armed men with him, chose not to kill Jacob, not to attack Jacob, but to allow Jacob to continue on his way. Unfortunately, they did not go to the same place. They did not live together, and that created some problems later on. But at least at this point, the foundation of substance was successful. So then the foundation for the Messiah was accomplished. Foundation for Messiah was accomplished. But as we said, this was done at the family level. This was done at the family level. Whereas in the meantime, Satan had developed his people to an ethnic group level around him. And so the Messiah could not come at that time. And we had to wait a few centuries before Jesus could come. That's 400 years in Egypt, and then some time after that. So So actually 2,000 years, right? 2,000 years from Abraham to Egypt to Jesus. 2,000 years later, finally Jesus was able to come. But it took time. All right. So then let's go to the providence of restoration centering on Moses. Moses. So because of the failure of the symbolic offering, the descendants of Abraham and the descendants of Jacob, who received the title of Israel, had to go into Egypt and be there for 400 years. Of course, the reason they went to Egypt was because there was a famine in Canaan. Well, first of all, Joseph went there because he was sold into slavery. And then one thing led to another, and he became a prominent person in the royal court in Egypt. In fact, we think of him as a kind of a prime minister there. But then the rest of the family, though, followed because Jacob and the rest of the family followed because there was a famine, and so they had to go to Egypt to ask for food. And when they got there, they didn't realize it at first, but it later turned out that the son that they thought had died was actually the prime minister there. And so they settled in Egypt and were there. At first, they were welcomed and given some land by the Pharaoh, but later pharaohs didn't maintain that status for them, and eventually they became second-class citizens and even slaves to help, to help in the building, I guess, of pyramids or something. Anyway, to help them to be used as free labor, as slave labor there. But we see later on, though, that their situation was not all bad, because when Moses was trying to get them back to Canaan, they kept complaining, and they said, "Well, we'd be better off in Egypt." And so I guess it wasn't necessarily all bad in Egypt. So anyway, but here the providence of restoration centering on Moses and Jesus. Amos chapter 3, verse 7, surely the Lord God does nothing without revealing his secrets to his servants, the prophets. So God always telegraphs what he's going to do. Things don't just happen suddenly, and he doesn't just say, "Well, surprise, surprise." He tells his prophets what he is going to do, because God wants people to unite with his providence. And so in the Bible, the secrets of God's providence of salvation show the path for fallen human beings. And God had the prophets walk the way to model the path for humanity. And God has shown us how to subjugate Satan in our own lives, in our own societies. So Jacob was the symbolic course for subjugating Satan, and he gave the model course for bringing Satan to submission by bringing Esau to submission. So let's look at the Amos 3:7, where let's see Amos. Okay, here we go. Joel, Amos. Okay, here we go. Uh, 3:7. Okay. Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servant, the prophets. It says here, Amos 3:7. And so then Moses gave the image course for bringing Satan to submission on the ethnic group level. Let's look at Acts 3:22, and that is, for Moses truly said unto the fathers, a prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me. Him shall ye hear in all things whatsoever he shall say unto you. For Moses truly said unto the fathers, a prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me. Him shall ye hear in all things whatsoever he shall say unto you. And it shall come to pass that every soul which will not hear the prophet shall be destroyed from among the people. Yea, and all the prophets from Samuel and those that follow after, as many as have spoken, have likewise foretold of these days. Right. Okay, this is Peter speaking. This is Peter speaking, giving a sermon. Okay. And where is this? Okay, anyway, Peter is giving a sermon there. And so then, and that's Acts 22 and following. And Jesus was the substantial course then for the subjugation of Satan. He pioneered the course to substantially and actually bring Satan to submission, educated humanity so that they could walk the path and bring Satan to submission. So let's look at the John 5:19. John 5:19. Then answered Jesus and said unto them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, the Son can do nothing of himself, but what he seeth the Father do. For what things soever he doeth, these also doeth the Son likewise. Then answered Jesus and said unto them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, the Son can do nothing of himself, but what he seeth the Father do. For what things soever he doeth, these also doeth the Son likewise. So Jesus was making the point here that I can't just do anything I want. I have to follow the course that has been established by God in history. So what God did, so what he sees, what God did. So Jesus followed the model course that God had established through Moses and through Jacob and Moses. And that is what Jesus did, and he was successful on the substantial level. For Moses, well, he did his best on the image level, although we know that in the end, he was not able to cross into the land of Canaan. God had to take him into the spirit world while he was still on the east bank of the Jordan River. But he was successful in setting that course on the image level. And Jacob, the symbolic course, and of course, Jacob and Esau did not unite in the end. They met, but then they went their separate ways. But Jacob was still successful on the symbolic course level. So the model course for bringing Satan to surrender, the reason that God established Jacob's course and Moses' course as the models for Jesus' course here. There's no way that Satan, who refuses to obey and submit to God, would voluntarily submit to Jesus or his disciples. So you see that a father also, true father also, had to work, and it was actually we're going to get to it later in this presentation, but it was in the 1990s finally when Lucifer submitted to Father, not to us, okay, not to anyone else, but to Father, because Father was in God's position then. And Satan says here that refuses to obey and submit to God, but Satan knows the principle, and he knows, about predestination. He knows about the predestination of God's will. So you might think, wait a second, if Satan knows he's going to lose in the end, what is he doing? Well, he's hanging on for dear life for whatever he can get. And even though he knows that in the end he's going to lose, but he does his best. He does his best to hang on for as long as possible. So there's no way that Satan would voluntarily submit to Jesus or his disciples. So God takes responsibility in the principle for having created human beings. Therefore, as the parent, he took it as his portion of responsibility to establish the courses of Jacob and Moses, and through them reveal the model course for how Satan is to be brought to surrender. So this is why it's important for us to study the courses of Jacob and Moses. Jesus came as the ancestor of humankind to bring Satan to surrender by walking the way revealed in the courses of Jacob and Moses. Faithful believers must walk the way according to Jesus' course to also bring Satan to surrender. Okay, so in the original ideal, of course, is to have God and then God's children, human beings, right? God's children, human beings, are also Lord of creation. And angels and the archangel are part of creation. So Lord of creation means Lord over the angels in the original design that God had. But the archangel, though, left his position and tempted Eve, and also through Eve also caused Adam to fall as well. And so he became Satan and became an enemy of God. And so then God sent Jesus so that human beings, although because of their sin cannot relate directly to God, but have received a relationship with Jesus and oneness with Jesus, so that through Jesus, human beings could be saved and be God's spiritual children if not substantial children. And also Jesus then also cut that human being's relationship with Satan, and Satan was not able to invade Jesus. So Moses' course and Jesus' course has walked with Jacob's course as the model, the concrete comparison of the model course to bring Satan into submission. So here we have the course of the fall, and then comparing that to Jacob's course, Moses' course, and then to Jesus' course. So here Adam was tested, and also then Adam, of course, failed that test. And in Jacob's course, he wrestled with the angel. We talked about that yesterday, Genesis 32:25, where he wrestled with, and the Bible says wrestled with a man. But in the Bible, there are several places where an angel is described as a man. This is 32:25. Okay. And when he saw, and Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh. So the angel, or here it says the man, touched the hollow of his thigh, in other words, inner thigh. But this inner thigh actually is the sexual organ there. And the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, and he wrestled with him. So even though he was out of joint, Jacob still continued to fight. And the angel said, "Let me go, for the day breaketh." And he said, "I will not let thee go, except thou bless me." And he said unto him, so the angel said to Jacob, "What is thy name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed." And Jacob asked him and said, "Tell me, I pray thee, thy name." And he said, "Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name?" And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, where I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. And so that was the incident at the ford of Jabbok. So this was actually, so he sent his wives and children over the ford, and then he stayed behind for the night and had this wrestling thing with this angel. Okay, so this was Jacob's test, and Father had said that this angel was actually an angel of God. This was not an angel of Satan, but an angel of God, and God was testing Jacob, and Jacob was victorious in that test. And here, in Moses' course, we see that God actually tried to kill Moses. This may come as news to some people. It was news to me when I first heard it. But yeah, after Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness, so Moses. Let's go back a bit. Moses in Egypt sees Hebrew being mistreated, and he being mistreated by an Egyptian guard, and Moses kills the Egyptian guard. And then the next day he comes out again, and the Hebrews are saying, "Are you going to kill us as well?" And then he realizes that the Hebrews are not going to unite with him, and also that if he stays around, they may report him to the Pharaoh, and so that his life may be in danger. So he escapes into the wilderness. And then he stays there for 40 years, and God tells him, you know what, you still have to go back. And so he is on his way back to Egypt here in Exodus 4:24-26. He's on his way back. And he stops at an inn on his way back to Egypt. Here in verse 24, and it came to pass, by the way, in the inn, that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Yeah, that's what it says here. So God first told him to go back to Egypt, and then God tries to kill him. We don't know exactly how that happened or what transpired, but that's what it says. Then Zipporah, his wife, took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son. Ouch! Whoa! What? Cut off with a sharp stone, not with a knife, not with a sharp knife. Okay, it says a sharp stone, but I don't know how sharp do stones get? Anyway, cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it at his feet and said, surely a bloody husband art thou to me. So anyway, this cutting of the foreskin became a condition, the shedding of blood through the penis, the skin around the penis actually, became a condition for Moses to be saved. So Zipporah saved his life. So he let him go, and she said, a bloody husband thou art because of the circumcision. Whoa, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that happened. Okay, Exodus 4. Lord sought to kill Jesus. I'm sorry, sought to kill Moses. So that was analogous to Jacob's wrestling with the angel, and also Adam's being tested in his experience. And then Jesus went through the 3 temptations, which we all know about. So then Adam and Eve fell both in flesh and in spirit. And then Jacob, there was the bread and the lentil stew, which also symbolized the flesh and the spirit. And the Moses, of course, there was the manna and the quail that the Israelites were given as they went through the wilderness. And then Jesus talked about then also in John chapter 6, talks about the need to drink his blood and eat his flesh. You know, and this was quite a shock to the people who were listening to Jesus at that time, because cannibalism was something that the other ethnic groups, other tribes around the Jews would do, but this was, of course, against Mosaic law, as you can imagine. So we see here actually that in John chapter 6 that Jesus says that you're going to have to be eating my, drinking my blood and eating my flesh. Here at 6:51, Jesus says, I am the living bread which came down from heaven. So already you can see that Jesus is making a comparison or parallel with the manna and the quail. He says, I am the living bread which came down from heaven. If any man eat of this bread, okay, so eat of me. So I am the bread, and you got to eat me, okay? So if any man eat of this bread, he shall live forever. Of course, living forever, he's not talking about physical life, right? He's talking about spiritual life. Living forever means being in a complete union with God, with God's Shimjon. If any man eat of this bread, he shall live forever. And the bread that I will give is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. And the Jews, in 52, the Jews therefore strove among themselves, saying, how can this man give up his flesh, give us his flesh to eat? So this was quite a shock to them, you know, and you can imagine how that could be. Yes, today, of course, we understand. Today, 2,000 years later, we understand what he's talking about. But the people at that time, this was a bit much. In 53, but Jesus goes on. Then Jesus said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, except ye eat of the flesh of the Son of Man. Okay? Eat of the flesh of the Son of Man. Now he's not talking about bread anymore. He's talking about flesh. Eat of the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood. Ye have no life in you. All right? So we know today that Jesus was talking in a symbolic way. That he was not actually going to take a knife, all right, and cut some flesh out of his arm or maybe a thigh and say, here, take it, you know, here, open your mouth. No, that's not what he was talking about. He was talking about complete union with Jesus. People had to become completely one with Jesus in spirit and in flesh through rebirth. But Jesus here is trying to explain something that's so that he could help to lay the foundation for later on. Okay, so I say to except ye eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, ye have no life in you. Whosoever eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood shall hath eternal life, and I will raise him up to the last day. For that my flesh is meat indeed, and my blood is drink indeed. So he's going on and on and on like this. He that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood dwelleth in me, and I in him. As the living Father hath sent me, and I live by the Father, but so that he eateth me That's what he says, eat me. Whoa, people are saying, whoa, wait a second. So he that eateth me, even he shall live by me. This is that bread which came down from heaven, not as your fathers did eat manna and are dead. He that eateth of this bread shall live forever. Yeah, so the manna got the Israelites through the wilderness. They didn't starve in the wilderness. But Jesus pointed out that they're still spiritually dead. They still have original sin. But now he says, I'm giving you the living bread, my flesh. I'm giving you my flesh so that you can eat my flesh. That he actually said, eat my flesh and drink my blood, and then you will have eternal life. These things said he in the synagogue as he taught in Capernaum. He said that in the synagogue. No wonder they thought he was crazy. Oh man, this guy's really a cult. He's a cult leader, a cannibalistic cult. All right, so here, we'll jump down here to 66. And this is the crucial verse. From that time, many of his disciples went back and walked no more with him. So he lost a lot of followers by saying these things. But just as with Father, Jesus was not about building a megachurch. He was about getting the message out and saying things that needed to be said. And that is what he said. So this was laying the foundation for later generations to understand that we need to be one with Jesus in spirit and in flesh, one with Christ, one with the returning Jesus now in spirit and in flesh. Father never said, eat me. I'm pretty sure he never said that. But Jesus already laid that foundation. The Father did say that you have to be completely united with the Messiah in spirit and in flesh. All right, so then the corpse here of Adam. Adam lived for 930 years, and we don't know where he's buried. Where he was buried was also Jacob. Separation of corpse after 40 days. Genesis. Let's go back to Genesis 50. This is where I believe Jacob has died. Genesis 53. Okay. 40 days were fulfilled for him. So this is Jacob now has died, right? Yeah, Jacob died in the end of chapter 49. Healed up his ghost, end of chapter 49. And then chapter 50, and Joseph, his son, fell upon his father's face and wept upon him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. And the physicians embalmed Israel. And remember, Israel is now the new name of Jacob. And 40 days were fulfilled for him, for so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days, meaning 70 days. A score is 20, and so for 70 days they mourned. The people in Egypt mourned, because at this time still the Jacob's family, Abraham's descendants, were still prominent in Egyptian society. Later on, they're going to become second-class citizens and slaves, but at this point, they're still in a good position. So they mourned. The Egyptians mourned Jacob, or Israel, that is, for 70 days. So here, so the separation, but there was a separation period of the corpse for 40 days. And also in Moses, Jude 1 and 9, this is in the New Testament, talking about Moses' corpse. And Jude 1:9 says, yet Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses. Okay, so when Moses died, there was this struggle between Michael the archangel and the devil, which of course is the archangel Lucifer. Michael and Lucifer were disputing over the body of Moses. Durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, the Lord rebuked thee. Okay, so this is in the book of Jude in the New Testament. All right, and so that there was a struggle over that. I don't. Did it go for 40 days? It doesn't say to him. Likewise, also Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, the Lord rebuked thee. But these speak evil of those things which they know not, but what they know naturally as brute beasts in those things they corrupt themselves. Okay, woe unto him, for they have gone the way of Cain and ran greedily after the error of Balaam for reward and perished in the gainsaying of Kor. Okay. All right, it's 5 minutes to the hour, so let's take a break here. And this ends the first lecture for this evening, and we'll begin the second at 8 o'clock. Back to the OSDP. Welcome back to the OSDP lecture. Let me put down the volume on this. I'm just looking at the comments in the chat. Elena in Moldova is asking, looks like asking questions in a language that I don't understand. Let me put this into Google Translate, see if I can. I don't know, does Google Translate have Moldovan? Or I don't know what it is that she's asking in here. Let's see here. Take a moment to put her message into Google Translate. This translation service isn't available in your region. Yikes. Okay. Well, what am I going to do? Okay. Well, I'm sorry, Elena. Maybe I'll later on. I'll get to you later on. I'll find some other way of translating your question. All right. Let's see. What else do we have here? Okay. Let's see here. And a number of people have made comments. And let's see here. What caused tension between Sarah and Hagar? Well, you know, Abraham thought that Sarah could not have a child. And so actually Sarah gave her maidservant to Abraham to impregnate Hagar. So it was Sarah's idea. But you know how things are. People change their minds. And so after Hagar had a child, then Sarah was kind of jealous of that and didn't want Hagar around. And so I think it was anyway, yeah. Listen, trust me. The one thing we learn from the Bible, one wife is enough. We don't want more than one. I think that's one important lesson of the Bible. Can we assume that Isaac was unaware that Esau had sold his birthright to Jacob, since Isaac gave his blessing to who he thought was Esau? Perhaps. And also the fact that Esau got upset with Jacob when he got the blessing from Isaac seems to indicate that Esau wasn't planning on keeping his promise to Jacob. Well, you know, from Esau's perspective, it was just words, right? I mean, he wanted the bread and the lentil soup, okay? And if Jacob wanted him to say something, he could. I mean, it wasn't like he was signing his name to a piece of paper, right? Just saying it. And who cares, right? But then, hey, it turns out in God's mind, and then also not just God, but for us as well, a verbal contract is a contract, even under secular law. And especially when you make a promise like that, spirit world is listening. Spirit world has a record of it. So Esau thought that he could just say something meaningless to get the lentil soup and the bread because he was hungry. Then it would be all right. It wouldn't matter later on. But it turned out it did matter. And I'm assuming that the act of giving the blessing from father to son was the official blessing of the birthright to the next generation. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. And Esau was most likely not an honest person. He lied when it was to his advantage. Jacob, on the other hand, probably was honest and assumed Esau was honest with the birthright when the birthright sale occurred. Not necessarily. I think probably Jacob. Certainly, when you see what happened at the reunion, where Esau said, "Hey, you know what? Let's go together. Let's live together." And Jacob said, "Yeah, you go on ahead. Hey, I've got these kids here. I've got this livestock here. They can't go very fast. So you and your 400 men, you go on ahead, and we will follow you." But then Jacob lied, didn't he? Jacob actually did not follow the course that the road that Esau took, but instead he went to another place and lived separate from Esau. So I don't think Jacob really trusted Esau. And so I think that Jacob was not quite as naive as we may think. Remember, in 21 years, Laban had deceived him 10 times. And he had always dealt with that deception again and again and again. And so now he comes back, and his brother says, with 400 armed guards, armed men, say, yeah, let's go together, let's live together. And Jacob, I think, internally saying, maybe not, maybe not. All right, so thank you very much. And Elena, I'll get to you later. Okay. All right, so let's see, where are we? So we're comparing the forces of Adam with Jacob, Moses, and Jesus, and showing how the course went from the symbolic and family level to Moses, the ethnic group level, and then Jesus at the national and worldwide level. And so we were talking about the corpses with Jacob's course after when he died in Egypt. There was a time. There was also Jacob. Yeah, Jacob. There was he was embalmed and he was there for 40 days. Moses' corpse. We saw that Michael and the devil, presumably Lucifer, struggled over Moses' corpse. And then also with Jesus as well, there's a separation of the corpse in Matthew 28, 12, and 13. Now, the situation with Jesus' corpse is one that's sometimes difficult to speak to traditional Christians about, because traditional Christians assume that Jesus' corpse actually resurrected. And you listen to some of the gospel hymns, right? The praise worship hymns, and I know there's one in particular where it talks about the lyrics of the song, talk about how the corpse began to move, right? And it came back to life, but it didn't. It didn't. Jesus was a fully God and fully man. Okay, so fully man. He was fully God and fully man. And that's the traditional Christian view of Jesus, okay? Fully man means what? He had a physical body with, I don't know how many, trillions of cells. And each of those cells had what? Had an X chromosome and a Y chromosome. XY in each of those cells. And it was a physical body. In other words, it was not a body that was designed or intended to live forever. And there was that movie about there was that Christian movie about the investigative reporter from a newspaper in Chicago who was whose wife was Christian, he was not, and he wanted to prove to her that Jesus' body could not have physically resurrected, and so he went through the whole process, but ended up actually proving the opposite, that the physical resurrection could have taken place after all, and so forth. And then he became a Christian evangelist. Well, great. But if you're going to say that Jesus' physical body resurrected, came back to life, then you have to explain what happened to that physical body. Are you saying then that when Jesus ascended into heaven in Acts chapter 1, that it was this physical body that ascended into heaven? Now, some people believe that. Some people believe that Jesus, all this time, past 2,000 years, has been alive on some other planet. But Christians, though, largely don't accept that either. So where is that body then? What happened to that body if this was a physical resurrection? Now, of course, in reality, it was not a physical resurrection. It was the resurrection of his spiritual self, which is substantial. And the people who saw it thought that it was his physical body. They thought it was his physical body because the spiritual self looks exactly like the physical self in its prime. And Jesus was in his prime. He was in his early 30s. He was 33 years old. So his spirit self would have looked exactly like his physical self. And it had the scars. Yes, where the scars of the spear, for example. And Jesus showed Thomas the scar of the scar from the spear and said, "Hey, go ahead and touch me." Although the Bible, if you read it carefully, does not say that Thomas actually touched. It was enough for him that Jesus showed him the scar. It appears. So the physical body of Jesus, just as the physical body of true Father, returned to the elements. But that, anyway, is not unusual because the physical body is intended to do that. The physical body is supposed to serve as the tree on which the fruit, in other words, the spirit self as the fruit can grow and mature. And then once it has accomplished that mission of helping or allowing the physical self, the spirit self to mature, once it has accomplished that mission, then the physical body is supposed to pass away. It's supposed to return to the elements. It's supposed to return to the dust of the earth from which it came. And I know for traditional Christians, it's important to believe that it was the physical body that resurrected. But and the whole of Christianity is based on the empty tomb. The tomb was empty, they will say. The tomb was empty. And so that means that the physical body resurrected. Well, there's another explanation, which is actually the correct explanation, which is that someone who respected Jesus removed the physical body and buried it someplace else so that it would not be desecrated any further. Let's see here. We're looking at the Matthew 28, 12 and 13. And when they were assembled with the elders and had taken counsel, they gave large money unto the soldiers, saying, "Say ye, his disciples came by night and stole him away while we slept." Okay. The bribing of the soldiers. So probably, Father says, Joseph Arimathea, actually, who was the one who went to Pilate and asked for permission to remove Jesus' body from the cross. If the tomb had not been empty, if the people, Mary and others, went into the tomb and saw Jesus' corpse lying there, in reality they did not. But if they had seen Jesus' corpse lying there, would that have shown that he was not the Messiah? No. He was the Messiah, regardless of whether the tomb was empty or not. But for 2,000 years, Christianity has used the empty tomb as proof of the resurrection of Jesus. And this today is a problem for them because they don't understand that actually that's not actually what happened. So anyway, the body of Jesus, the separation of the corpse also of Jesus. So Moses, it's not known where he was buried, and also Jesus not known where he was buried. And by the way, there's significant evidence, quite significant evidence, to suggest that Father is not buried where he thinks he is buried, and that he's not buried at all. That's there is significant evidence that there were two caskets, and the one that was buried in Father's grave did not contain Father's body, and Father's body appears to be stored in the basement of the palace in Chongpyeong, Korea. This comes from quite authoritative sources. But I have not confirmed that, but that appears to be the case. And I say this now because I can see that there is actually a credible and significant testimony to suggest that this is the case. Okay, so Father's body as well. There's some issue with Father's corpse as well. we'll get to that someday. I'm sure that when things are straightened out, um, we'll get to the truth of that. Okay. That shouldn't be too difficult once we gain access to that facility. Shouldn't be too difficult to figure out what's the truth of the matter. Okay. All right. So then the restoration of numbers, 3 stages, 12 generations, 7 days of creation. It's the time of Adam. 3 stages of growth during the growing period. And here 7. So then 3-day course of Jacob. Genesis 31:22. And Reuben said unto him, shed no blood. Right? No, I'm sorry, that's 37. 31. 31:22. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Jacob had fled. So Jacob has his 2 wives, his 2 handmaidens of the wives, and he has all his property. He's created all this livestock that he's going to take with him. And then they left without telling Laban. And Laban was off someplace else when this happened. And so Laban didn't find out for 3 days. And so for 3 days, Jacob had a head start basically over Laban. Okay. Laban, of course, catches up to him later on, but there is this 3-day course that Jacob goes through. And then Moses' course, 3-day course, Exodus 5:3. Let's look at that. And they said, the God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days journey into the desert. So this is Moses talking to the Pharaoh, asking the Pharaoh to let his people go. And they said, God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days journey into the desert, and sacrifice the Lord our God, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. Right. So we're going to go. We want to go into the desert. Just 3 days. We're just asking for 3 days, and we'll come back. We promise. We'll come back. We promise. And then also, let's see, Luke 18:33. There's a 3-day course. Let's look what that is. See what that is. Luke 18:33. And they shall scourge him and put him to death, and the 3rd day he shall rise again. Okay, this is Jesus speaking. Then he took up unto him the 12 and said unto them, behold, we go up to Jerusalem, and all things that are written by the prophets concerning the Son of Man shall be accomplished. For he shall be delivered unto the Gentiles, and shall be mocked and spitefully entreated and spitted upon. And they shall scourge him and put him to death, and the 3rd day he shall rise again. So Jesus is referring to the 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday afternoon, Jesus is crucified and dies. Saturday, and then Sunday morning, he is resurrected. Okay. So that is the parallel then between the 3 there. 12 sons of Jacob, 12 tribes of Moses, and 12 disciples of Jesus, also a parallel there. And then Jacob, 70 family members, Genesis 46:27. Here, I believe that would be when he goes into Egypt, 46:27. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, which came into Egypt, were 70. Well, 70 is 70. As a score is 20. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, which came into Egypt, were 70. House of Jacob, 70. Okay. And then also time of Moses, 70 elders. and also for Jesus as well, talks about 70 followers aside from the 12 disciples. And here, the staff on the Jabbok River, with the crossing the Jabbok River, and then parting of the Red Sea with the staff, and the turbulent waters of Revelation 12:5 and 2:27. Let's look at the book of Revelation 12:5. And she brought forth a man-child who was to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up into God and to his throne. This is talking about the wonder, the great wonder in heaven, right? With the stars and the planets aligning to show what would happen in the last days. And then also 2:27 as well. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of a potter. They be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. So the rod of iron being the equivalent then of the Red Sea, and also the staff that Jacob used at the ford of Jabbok. Mother-son cooperation, here Jacob's course with Rebekah, and also with Moses' course, Exodus 2:2. Here, let's check that. Okay. And the woman conceived and bare a son, and when she saw him that he was a goodly son, she hid him 3 months. So this was, at a time when the Pharaoh had declared or had decreed that all the Jewish children were to be killed. Here, the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of other Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill them. But if it be a daughter, then they shall live. But then in that situation, Moses was born, but his mother saved his life by hiding him in the reeds. First of all, hiding for 3 months, but then later hiding him in the reeds. The princess comes, of course, finds this cute little baby in the reeds, decides to take the child back to the palace, and then the mother of Moses volunteers to be the nursemaid. And so his mother is able to raise Moses in the palace. Okay? And then, of course, with Moses, that's Moses, all right? And then with Jesus as well, Matthew 2:13. Now, I've already spoken about how Mary didn't do so well overall. She didn't do the crucial thing, but she did save Jesus's life when Herod was trying to kill the Jewish babies that were born about that time. And when they were departed, that's the kings, the 3 kings, all right, from the east. When they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeareth to Joseph in a dream, saying, arise and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. All right, so then there's what is often called the massacre of the innocents, where Pharaoh decreed that all Jewish boys of a similar age to Jesus should all be killed. Jesus avoided that by the message from the angel to Mary and Joseph, and they took Jesus into Egypt to avoid so that Jesus could avoid being killed. And the restoration of Canaan, Jacob's course from Haran to Canaan, he was in Haran for 21 years and returned to Canaan. Moses goes from Egypt to Canaan, and also Jesus as well. He was in Egypt for that time that Herod was killing the babies, but then he eventually also returned to Canaan. The destruction of Satan, idols. Actually, it was Rachel who stole her uncle's, or Jacob's uncle's, idol and hid it under her skirt. And eventually then, after that 3-day course was finished, then they actually buried it under a tree. So under an oak tree. So this was an idol that Laban had great faith in. So destroying the idol in that way. Moses, of course, the golden calf was an idol, and it was destroyed. In fact, it was ground up, and the people of Israel, the Hebrews, had to drink that ground up gold. Right? And then the words and power. Okay. Whoever that is going to have to call me later. Okay, the words and power. Then Jesus, of course, then also with the destroying Satan with his words and power. Okay. Overview of the providence of restoration centering on Moses. The laws governing the providence of restoration are the same. The differences with the previous providence is that previously there was a family level. And now Moses is at an ethnic group level. Okay, so he's leading quite a large number of people out of Egypt. And now God could not send the Messiah at the family level. Whoever's trying to call me is going to call later. Family level, and then the ethnic group level, scope of the providence has changed. So now there's the ethnic group, which can stand an equal footing with the ethnic groups, the satanic ethnic groups around them. So now the scope of the providence has scaled up then from family to ethnic group. And in the era for the providence to lay the foundation of restoration, we're now entering the era of the providence of restoration. So now finally, God can start the era of the providence of restoration. And the symbolic offering, centering on the Word of God, conditions of indemnity, centering on the Word of God, that is to say, the 10 Commandments, the Ark of the Covenant, and all the laws that God gives, and also to the Hebrews while they are going through the wilderness. Okay. And Moses' position, unique and special aspects. He's the representative body of God. In Exodus 4, God actually makes an incredible statement about Moses. He says, "And the Lord said furthermore unto him, Put now thine hand into thy bosom. And he put it into his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. Leprous as snow." So that's 6. Let's look at 16. "And he shall be thy spokesman unto his people, and he shall be." He's talking about Aaron here. Okay, he's talking because God is telling Moses that you're supposed to lead the people of Israel out of Egypt, and Moses say, "Well, wait a second, I can't even. I'm not very good at public speaking. All right, so how am I supposed to lead them? They're not going to follow me. I don't have all that much charisma." So God says, "Well, you got Aaron. I'm going to give you Aaron, and he can be your spokesman. He shall be thy spokesman unto the people, and he shall be to thee instead of a mouth, and thou shalt be to him instead of God." Thou shalt be to him instead of God. And also in the chapter 7, verse 1, "And the Lord said unto Moses, See, I have made thee a God to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. I have made thee a God." Now, my King James Bible here spells God with a small g. "I have made thee a God to Pharaoh." So as far as Pharaoh is concerned, and remember, this Pharaoh actually grew up with Moses. They know each other. Moses grew up in the palace together with this Pharaoh. "I have made thee a God to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet." Wow, that's a pretty incredible statement. But of course, Moses is not God, but God is saying that Pharaoh has a very low level of understanding of the spirit world. So Egypt has all sorts of gods and things like this, Asherah and all that kind of stuff, sun god. So as far as he's concerned, you're going to be God, and Aaron is going to be your prophet. And an image of Jesus, Genesis 37, 5 and 11. "And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet more. And he said to them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field. And lo, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood round about and made obeisance to my sheaf. Okay? And the brethren said unto him, shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream and told his brethren, and he said, behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren, and the father rebuked him and said to him, what is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to the earth? And his brother envied him. His brethren envied him, but his father observed the same. So God incarnate would be Jesus Christ, and in Moses' course, archetypical course to be followed by Jesus' course. So Moses was the image course in the growth and demise. So Deuteronomy 18. Here, 18. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren. So here, let's go back a bit. Let's go back a bit here. How far back shall we go? Let's go back anyway to 15, verse 15. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee and of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him ye shall be hearkened, according to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy God at Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. So the image type course, then so growth and demise of the prophet. And Jesus's course, a substantial course, also saying, let's look at John 5:19. Then answered Jesus and said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, the Son can do nothing of himself, but that which he seeth the Father do, for what things soever he doeth, these also doeth the Son likewise. So in Moses' case, the prophet can only say what God tells him to say. And if he says anything else, he's going to die. And also with Jesus, he cannot do anything that the Father does not do. So he has to take Moses' course as his model course. And the dispensation is prolonged 3 times due to the disbelief of the people. So here, going from Egypt to Canaan, the first course, there was a 21-day course. And Moses, as I said, went out one day and he saw an Egyptian guard mistreating a Hebrew slave. And so he strikes the Egyptian guard and winds up killing him. And that was an opportunity for the Hebrews to unite with Moses, saying, "Oh, look, this man was raised in the palace, and but he protected us. So we've been looking for a liberator, and it looks like this is our liberator. So let's unite with him." Then Moses could have led the Israelites on a 21-day course to Canaan, 21-day course along the coast. As today, I think with the highway and everything, it only takes about an hour and a half or something like that. It's a very short time. It's not a long drive from, say, Jerusalem to Alexandria. I think so. So it was an opportunity to go to Canaan quickly. But and this happened after Moses had been in the palace for 40 years. But the Hebrew people, though, did not do that. They did not rally around Moses as their liberator. And in fact, Moses became afraid that they were going to report him to the Pharaoh because he had caused the death of this Egyptian guard. And so he escaped into the wilderness of Midian. And he stayed there in Midian for 40 years until God told him that he was going to have to go back. And even so, he went back after 40 years, and then finally, convinced the Pharaoh to let them go into the desert just for 3 days, right? Just for 3 days. But then he parted the Red Sea, and they went across the Red Sea, and of course, all that. But even then, there was a 21-month course. 21-month course. But then, when it came time to actually enter Canaan, and Moses sent out 12 spies, and they came back, and Joshua and Caleb, they were 2 of the 12, and they gave a report saying, yeah, there's a lot of they've got some pretty big people there, and they've got some pretty good fortresses there and everything like that. But remember that God brought us here. God brought us here, so He's not going to just stand by and watch us be destroyed. He wants us to go into Canaan. He wants us to settle Canaan. So let's go ahead and go into Canaan with that faith, and we can do it. But the other 10 disagreed, as I read for you yesterday from Exodus. I'm sorry, from Numbers, where there was this a rebellion, or I refer to it as a coup d'état against Moses. So the other 10 spies gave a very negative report, saying, you know what, we're going to die here. If we go into Canaan, we are going to die. They're going to destroy us. They're going to kill every last one of us. So we might as well choose a new captain. Let's put Moses aside, okay, and let's choose a new captain, and let's go back to Egypt. Let's go back to Egypt. Well, finally, Joshua and Caleb managed to put down that rebellion, but this act of faithlessness by the 10 and by the vast majority, or pretty much everyone else in the group, tells God that this is not going to work with these people. So He says, okay, you're going to have to stay in the wilderness for another 40 years. Okay, you're going to have to stay for 40 years. Right, in another 40 years. Another 40 years, and all the first generation that came from Egypt are going to have to die in the wilderness. And then only Joshua and Caleb are able to go into Canaan with the second generation, the people who were born in the wilderness, who did not experience Egypt, and aren't fussing every day, why can't we go back to Egypt? Why can't we go back to Egypt? Why can't we buy? Sure, we were slaves, but at least we had a place to sleep. At least we had food. At least we had clothes to wear. What are we doing in this wilderness? So all those people died. They had to die. All those people who experienced Egypt had to die. And then the second generation were led by Joshua and Caleb after 40 years into the land of Canaan. So the dispensation was prolonged 3 times due to the disbelief of the people. And that's an overview of the providence of restoration centering on Moses. So here's the map of the Israelite Exodus. Okay, so here, this is not a long distance. I don't know how long it is exactly, but this is not a long distance. And this was the first course, the 21-day course. So it's right up there. If they had rallied around Moses at the time that he killed that Egyptian guard, and there was good reason that they would, because here was a guy who had been in the palace for 40 years, and he was known to the people of Egypt that this is a prince, okay, and he's a Hebrew, and he stood up for the Hebrew slave who was being mistreated, and intentionally or not, he wound up killing the Egyptian guard. So this was a providence of start. This was something that should have served as a providence of start for the Hebrews to unite around Moses and then go 21 days into Canaan and then live happily ever after, more or less. Okay, but that didn't work. So then they took a course here, a 3-day course, fire and cloud, being led by fire the day and the cloud fire, the cloud at day and fire at night. They go and cross the Red Sea, and then they go 21 months. 21 months. Okay. And here they are here, and then the 12 spies then are sent into Canaan here. 12 spies are sent into Canaan, and they come back. 10 report saying, you know what, if we go there, we're going to die. We might as well just go back to Egypt. Let's choose a new captain and go back to Egypt. And then here, then they wandered around then for another 40 years, coming here after this, and then finally crossing the Jordan with Joshua and Caleb, under the leadership of Joshua and Caleb. So, so this was the overall providence of Moses. And so let's go through the three courses that Moses took. And the first is called the first ethnic group level course to restore Canaan. So, so this was the 21 day or 3 weeks course. This was the course that would have taken them straight along the coastline to Canaan. So let's look at what happened there. There was here again. There's a condition to receive the Messiah, but actually, so the condition to receive God's word and the temple of the symbolic Messiah. The foundation of faith, the central figure was Moses and the Pharaoh. Conditional object, central figure with conditional object, 40 years of palace life, loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness. So Moses maintained his ethnic identity as a Hebrew, thanks to his mother, with his mother's cooperation. And he remained loyal to God's providence, and maintained his filial piety to God, and maintained his righteousness. And then the foundation of substance then was the central figure was Moses, and then the condition of for this foundation of substance was the indemnity condition to remove the fallen nature. So then the Israelites should have loved Moses and established Moses as their mediator with God, and obey Moses and multiply goodness through Moses. But in fact, they could not do that. And so Moses had to escape into the wilderness. The providence for the start was the killing of an Egyptian by Moses. And this was done to show the Israelites the Moses' patriotic heart and have them believe in him. And then also the effect of this was that Moses' emotional attachment to the Pharaoh's palace was cut off. He realized that he couldn't go back to the palace after he killed that Egyptian guard. And then to restore through indemnity the hitting by the satanic side, which stood in the position of the elder son. So the course of faith of all humankind then must walk in the spirit of absolute faith, love, and obedience, so that humanity can go from Egypt representing the satanic world, the world under satanic sovereignty. Egypt at that time was the superpower. Right? So this was the representative of the satanic world. And then to go to Canaan, or the world under God's sovereignty. So this is the course of faith that of all humankind must walk in the spirit of absolute faith, absolute love, and absolute obedience. So today, the central figure in the physical world is the second king of Cheongguk Gyeongjinmun. And he is, because he was appointed as father's representative and heir and successor. So I explain it this way, that if you think of the relationship between Jesus and Peter, all right, Jesus said that he would build his church on the rock, which was Peter. So Jesus sort of appointed Peter as his representative and heir once he had to give up his physical body. But Peter was Jesus's child only in a spiritual sense. He was Jesus's disciple, but not his direct child. Now the second king is father's disciple, but also his direct child. So the relationship between father and the second king is actually closer than the relationship between Jesus and Peter. Some people who don't understand the Bible and don't understand Christian theology think that the second king is claiming himself to be Christ. I've received this question a couple of times from journalists who obviously have no idea. They'd be lucky if they could recognize the Bible when they saw it. They have no idea of Christian theology. But of course, we all know, and you all know, that the second king is not claiming himself to be Christ. And it comes from, by the way, a misinterpretation of Revelation 12, chapter 12. But anyway, so that's the way that I explained it. Look at the relationship between Jesus and Peter, that kind of thing. Okay. So, and also Peter, of course, had a fallen nature, and he had original sin, whereas the king was born into a lineage that was free of original sin, and he has maintained that lineage. So he and his family are maintaining that lineage, and that lineage is growing just as the lineage of Abraham also grew after received the blessing of God. So here, the disbelief of the Israelite people. Let's look at Exodus 2:15. Now, when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. What is Moses? Okay, yeah. So this is where after he killed the Egyptian. Okay. He sought to slay Moses, but Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well there in Midian. So then it was prolonged to a 21-month course, Exodus 13:17. And when that 31-month course didn't work out because of the negative reports and the rebellion against Moses, then it was prolonged again to another 40 years, 13:17. And it came to pass when Pharaoh had let the people go that God led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. So because the land of the Philistines, that was the 21-day course. But God, said, you know what? These people, I don't know if I can trust them to fight the Philistines. If they had gone through the land of the Philistines, that God would have protected them somehow. But God didn't trust them. For God said, lest pre-adventure the people repent when they see war and they return to Egypt. So the good thing about the 21-day course was that it was the shortcut to Canaan, but it was also the shortcut back to Egypt. So God had to put some barriers then between the Hebrews and Egypt. And well, the Red Sea was one of those barriers, okay? Because then after the Hebrews crossed it, then the waters came back, and of course drowned the Egyptian soldiers, but also created a barrier where it would be that much more difficult for the Hebrews to go back to Egypt, even if they wanted to. Okay, so God does that, doesn't he? He sort of helps us to burn some of those bridges with the satanic world. Then so that was the first attempt, or that was the first ethnic group level course to restore Canaan. All right, so that was the 21-day course that didn't work out. So now 21-month course. Foundation of faith, also Moses, together with Jethro, and conditional level object was 40-year period in the wilderness of Midian, Exodus 3:7 through 10, and then Moses is called again. And Moses is not too excited about being called. No, I've been there and done that, God, come on. And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and I've heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrow. So God is not giving up on the Hebrews. He's not giving up. Moses may have given up. Moses may have said, listen, I don't want to have anything to do with those people. I gave them a chance, all right? And they didn't take it. So God, good luck. I'm done. But God is not going to give up. So he says, I have heard the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and I've heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land, and unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel has come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppress them. Come now therefore, and I will send thee. Whoa, what? Me? No. Come now therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. So Moses says, listen, God, here's the situation. Well, that's not exactly what it says in the King James, but Moses in the next verse says, and Moses said unto God, who am I? Or I think modern translation, why me? I've come here into the wilderness, and I got me a wife now, all right, and I'm doing well here. I don't need this. I don't need this. And Moses said unto God, who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? But remember that Moses knew the Pharaoh. They had a personal relationship, and so it couldn't be anyone else other than the Moses. And he said, certainly I will be with thee. And so God is saying this, God will be with Moses, and this shall be a token unto thee that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mountain. So anyway, so he tries to so Moses tries to give all sorts of excuses. Okay. All right. So actually, this is God speaking to Moses as the burning bush, right? He's speaking to God. He's speaking to Moses through the burning bush there. You can imagine in Moses' position, right? You know, he has a comfortable life. I mean, he's not rich, but he has everything he needs. He doesn't need to go back to Egypt, but God insists. God insists. So he goes back. And then, of course, we all know the story that follows, right? The plagues and the pestilences and everything else, the miracles and stuff like that happen after this. So then this was the conditional object, 40 years, the period in the wilderness of Midian, okay? And then the foundation of substance, the central figure is Moses, condition of indemnity, condition to remove the fallen nation. The Israelites, again, had to love Moses from God's position, recognize how God looked upon Moses. And this today, the people need to understand how God looks upon the second king, and need to love the second king from God's perspective and God's position. This is our foundation of substance. He has laid the foundation of faith today, and this is our foundation of substance, to love the king from God's perspective, and then also establish the king as our mediator to God, and obey and multiply goodness through the second king of Chonigok, as the Israelites needed to do with Moses. Okay, then the providence for the start, the 3 great miracles and the power of the 10 plagues, and these were to restore through indemnity the position of the elder son, which had been invaded by Satan, to cut off the emotional attachment which the Israelites people felt towards Egypt. So the thing with the 10 plagues is that each time, the Pharaoh would say, okay, all right, go. I've had enough of you guys, go on. But then he would change his mind, right? And say, oh, well, I changed my mind. But remember that the Israelites in Egypt, the Hebrews in Egypt were also, although they were slaves, and although they were being mistreated, they still had a roof over their head. They still had, clothes, and they still had food. They even had watermelons, apparently. Okay, so and we see later on that when it came time for them, where they decided to build a calf out of gold, they had the gold. And so they had the gold. So obviously they had access to precious metals in Egypt. So they were not in the worst possible situation. they were, in fact, physically, externally, they were better off in Egypt than they expected to be in the wilderness. And so Moses says, okay, let's all go out into the wilderness. Let's all go out into the wilderness. And I can't tell you where we're going. I'll tell you when we get there. Kind of like Abraham leaving Ur of the Chaldeans, right? So you can see that it took time. It took time for the people of Israel to commit themselves to this kind of foolhardy trip from an external point of view. All right, let's take a break right now. I'll come back at 9 o'clock or 9:01. Okay, 5 minutes, and we'll continue with the story of Moses. Welcome back, and this is the third lecture this morning, I believe. I sometimes lose count. But I'm pretty sure this is the third lecture for this evening. Kind of an important question here in the comments. Is the ethnic group level course term a translation correction from exposition, which calls it the national level course, or is this just a more precise term? Yeah. So there's been some confusion in the English translation because in the Korean, we have the 8 stages of a horizontal restoration. All right, 8 stages of horizontal restoration, and this is I'm jumping ahead here to slide number, or the page number 271. Is that right? I believe this is 271. So this is actually towards the end. But here we have the 8 horizontal stages. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and God is number 8. So we have the individual, family, tribe, and then the 4th stage, and then the 5th stage. There's been some confusion as to how to refer to these, because the nation, we talk about the nation of Israel and so forth, which, but in the Korean, this is minjok, and this is kukka. So the difference between minjok and kukka is that minjok, well, is literally an ethnic group, but it's an ethnic group that does not yet have national sovereignty. So when the people of Israel, the Hebrews, were leaving Egypt, they were an ethnic group, but they did not have their own sovereignty until they got to Canaan and actually established their own sovereignty in Canaan. And then that is when they now have a nation. And so, yes, it's the king has decided that the 4th stage of the horizontal restoration should be referred to as the ethnic group. For example, we talk about national messiahs, right? Today, Father established national messiahs. These are messiahs at this level where there is sovereignty, not at this level where there's not sovereignty. So right now, Moses is leading people out of Israel at the ethnic group level, not at the national level. So that is a clarification, I think, that a translation correction. And as we grow in our understanding of Father's word, we may sometimes adjust the translation, because the translation is just that. It's an effort to express Father's teaching as best we can in the English language. And as we understand more deeply, then we may realize that there are better ways to do that. And so we will do that. And Father translated the truth of God, which cannot be fully expressed in any language. He translated it into Korean, which is the least bad of all the languages that were developed within satanic history and satanic culture. And yes, Korean language was prepared, but there's a limitation to that, right? And so Father has said that we do need to experience God. We have to learn through experience. At one point, Father says, how are you going to explain the taste of honey to someone who has never tasted honey? Eventually, you just got to put some honey in the mouth and let them taste it themselves. Okay. All right, let's go back to the Moses. See if I can find that quickly. Maybe not so quickly. All right, so let's. Oh boy, where was I? Where was I? I didn't take a note of the number. I'm afraid. Here. No, we did. Did we do this comparison for the Adam and Eve? Yeah, okay, we did that. I believe. Providence was centering on Moses. Okay, here we are. So then we did that, and we did that. First ethnic group level. Okay, so here we are. All right. So after 40 years in Midian, God comes to Moses and says, "You got to go back." He's talking to Moses through the burning bush, and Moses is not excited. He does not say, "Yes, sir," anytime, sir. He does not say that. He tries to give all sorts of excuses, but God rejects all those excuses, and so Moses goes back. But then, of course, God tries to kill him. In chapter 4:24. All right, so, but God, the reason that God also, another reason I didn't mention before about the reason that God tried to kill Moses on his way back to Egypt was that he wanted Moses to be going back to Egypt on his own volition, because he wanted to, because he realized that he had to. And so he sort of gave Moses an excuse not to go by trying to kill him. But Moses at that point then was committed, and I guess also his wife was committed. And I think the role of his wife was very important there, Zipporah. And you see that Zipporah, the wife of Moses, has her name in the Bible. The wife of Noah, not. So you can imagine. Okay. Noah's wife, I think, was not cooperative. Yeah. So Zipporah played an important role in getting Moses back to Egypt and helping him to fulfill his mission. So central figure here, the foundation of substance, condition, indemnity, condition, remove fallen nature. Israelites had to love, mediate through, obey, and multiply goodness through Moses. And then the great miracles and the powers of the 10 plagues. So making the point here that the Israelites were also not so eager to leave Egypt, to go out into the desert, to who knows what. And so the effect of the plagues also was to cut off the emotional attachment which the Israelite people felt towards Egypt. So finally get them to the position where they would say, we got to get out of here. Egypt was great. There are a lot of good things about it, but we've got all these plagues going on. Let's go and see if we can find a better place to live. Okay. And also the effect of the plagues was also so that the Israelites could believe, at least at that moment, that Moses had been sent by God. And then the 400-year indemnity period for slavery in Egypt had already been completed. In fact, they would stay there for another 30 years beyond that. And then the lamentation of the Israelites had reached God's heart. Yeah. On the one hand, they're lamenting about their situation in Egypt and crying out to God to save them. But on the other hand, they're not. I think they were, when they asked God to save them, they were not asking God to lead them out into the desert. They were asking God to somehow intervene and somehow punish the Egyptians, so that the Egyptians would stop persecuting them. They were fine in Egypt. They were just let us stay here in Egypt. Just make these slave owners and these guards just stop whipping us. That's what they wanted. But God had a different idea. No, listen, you got to go to Canaan. You got to go to Canaan. That's where your ancestors lived. That's where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were living, and you got to go back there. So they go back. They go out into the desert. So then, here Moses was the person representing God's word. You see here that Moses, Aaron, and also Miriam. Moses was in the position of God and representing the word of God, and Moses here with in Exodus 4:14. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses, and he said, "Is not Aaron the Levite thy brother? I know that he can speak well, and also, behold, he cometh forth to meet thee, and when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart." So this is, again, God sort of not taking any excuses from Moses and telling him well, to get off his, and get himself back to Egypt pronto, immediately. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron. So he had Aaron and also Miriam, his sister, took a timbrel in her hand. Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. And Miriam answered them, "Sing ye to the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously. The horse and the rider hath he thrown into the sea." All right. So, this is after they crossed the Red Sea, after they saw God part the waters, after Moses stretched out his hand and with his rod, with his staff, and parted the waters, and then the waters closed in on the Egyptian soldiers that were trying to come and capture them. And so, and Miriam sings this song of praise to God. And Miriam answered them, saying, "Sing," and Miriam answered them, "Sing to the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously. The horse and the rider hath he thrown into the sea." So that Moses had both the male and the female assistant. And so also God, with Jesus and the Holy Spirit there, with the incarnation of the Word. And Aaron and Miriam were representing the Word. Aaron was speaking for Moses, and Miriam was also supporting. And also here we go back to that incident where God actually tries to kill Moses on his way back to Egypt. God told him to go to Egypt, and so he's going to Egypt, and God tries to kill him, right? Here in chapter 4, Exodus 4:24, and it came to pass by the way in the inn that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. What's up with that, right? So the reason was the artistic indemnity of Adam's betrayal towards God. And then second is to set up a condition that Moses started the course based on his own will. But God gave him an excuse not to go, but he decided to go this time on his own. Because before, back in Midian, when God was speaking to him through the burning bush, Moses was not eager at all. But now, after this, Moses showed that he was going to Egypt on his own volition, his own will. And also to foreshadow that Jesus would also survive through mother-son cooperation. So in this case, it was Zipporah was his wife, and she took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it at his feet. So anyway, there was this cooperation with Zipporah, although his wife, but being in the position of the mother and cooperating with Moses. And also, she cut off the foreskin of the son, so that was also a mother-son cooperation. So circumcision then of Moses' son meant the salvation of the family and made possible the Israelites' exodus. And at the time of Jesus, circumcision of the Israelite people, this is now a circumcision of the heart, making God's salvation possible. And we also receive a circumcision of the heart in what Father referred to as the Unification Church community. And the meaning of circumcision is the physical circumcision, the cutting of the foreskin, removal of the blood of death. It signifies the restoration of men's capacity to govern, and signifies the restoration of children as they were originally created by God. Now today, we don't need to circumcise. And in fact, it's probably not recommended. God created our bodies perfectly. There are no there's nothing on our bodies that needs to be cut off. Our tonsils are there for a reason. Our appendix is there for a reason. You know, for a long time, medical scientists believed that the appendix was just a vestige of past evolution, right? But of course, we know that evolution is not true. And it turns out now that I'm not fully aware, but that the appendix does in fact serve a function in the body. And so also the foreskin, I think if we have babies today, we do not need to cut off the foreskin. Now, there was a time when even Father was having us do that, and having 36 couples do that if they had not done it. And some 36 couples actually, at Father's instruction, cut off their foreskin as adults. Oosh. That was some time back. That was some decades back. But today the situation is different, and there's no need to cut off that foreskin. Human body is perfect as it was created. There's no extraneous things there. Okay. So 3 types of circumcision: circumcision of the heart, the mind. For example, let's see in Deuteronomy. Let's see what it says in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 10. Deuteronomy 10:16. Take heed to yourselves that your heart be not deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. So our heart needs to be separated from the satanic world and serve other gods and worship them. Of course, God here in the small g in King James Bible, but there are many gods, right? We worship, for example, our position. We worship the salary or the income that we have from a satanic institution, whether it be a corporation or whatever. And sometimes we allow that to prevent us from doing what we know needs to be done. And for example, there are many people in the Han group, as the king sometimes called them, the Han group, that know that the Hakchahan is wrong, but they cannot leave that place because they are worshiping the money that they are receiving from that group. But they need to stop and think of what their priorities should be. On the one hand, you have your salary, okay, however much that be, or an annual level, maybe a few tens of thousands of dollars. On the other hand, you have your eternal life. So figure out what your priorities should be. And we have the circumcision of the foreskin, Genesis 17 here, 17:10. 17:10. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised. So actually this tradition of circumcision had been established by God prior to the time of Moses. And so Moses, his son, actually should have been circumcised at birth, or at least on the 8th day. And then, it should have been done, but that had not been done. And so that's another reason, I think, why God tried to kill Moses there, because his son, he had not circumcised his son according to the tradition that God established there at the time of Abraham. And this is 17:10. But if we go to the verse before then, and God said to Abraham, "Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore thou and thy seed after thee in our generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and the day after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and that shall be a token of the covenant betwixt you and between me and you." But today we have other ways of affirming that covenant with God. We receive a circumcision of the heart. Okay. And then Leviticus 19, the circumcision of all things. Leviticus Leviticus, oh no, 19, okay. 19:23. And when ye shall come into the land, and ye shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall be as uncircumcised unto you, it shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment, nor observe times. Ye shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard. Okay, so it comes to me that reading this verse in Leviticus, although it doesn't say that, but it comes to me that perhaps, and think about this is my opinion, perhaps tithing our income is a form of circumcision. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Tithing may be a form of circumcision as well. Cutting off not the foreskin of our penis, but the foreskin of our income. I'm just saying, all right? I'm just saying. Hey, think about that, though. Pray about that. It just comes to me right now. Okay, so anyway, that's not part of the lecture, so that's just my opinion. Whoa, where's it going? It's all going on its own. All right, so then let's look at the 3 great miracles, Exodus 4, 3 through 9. Okay. So I just sort of threw that in there, didn't I? Okay. All right, so God equips Moses. So again, Moses, this is still at the burning bush, okay? And Moses is still giving excuses. And he says, Moses answered and said, but behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice. For they will say, the Lord hath not appeared unto thee. And the Lord said unto him, what is that in thine hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before it. And the Lord said unto Moses, apparently he had something about snakes, I don't know. And the Lord said unto Moses, put forth thine hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. Okay, that they may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath appeared unto thee. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, put now thine hand into thy bosom. And he put the hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said, put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom. Behold, it returned again as his other flesh. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these 2 signs, neither hearken unto thy voice, that thou shalt take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land, and the water which thou takest out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. And Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent. So he's still got excuses, all right? But God is a salesman, okay? His potential customer is giving him all kinds of excuses why he doesn't want to buy. God is taking each of those excuses and is destroying them. So Moses continues here. And Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto my servant, but I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. So what do you think God's going to say? Oh, really? Okay, I didn't consider that. Okay, you're free to go. No, that doesn't happen. I'm speaking from experience that when God grabs you by the nape of the neck, he will never let you go. You will struggle, you will give all sorts of excuses and everything like that, but he will never let you go. God is faithful. as the hymn says. Yeah. Ah, he will never let you go. And unless you actually betray him. But we don't want to do that, do we? So Moses continues. And then that's when God says, okay, well, you've got Aaron, he will speak for you, and that kind of thing. Okay, so anyway, in the end, God convinces Moses to go, then tries to kill him on the way, so that it winds up that Moses sets the condition for going on his own. So here, Moses is in God's position as far as the Pharaoh is concerned. As God said, he is God. And Jesus, so the staff is the serpent and the symbol of Christ. And also, when he goes to the Pharaoh actually and does these things, then Aaron throws down his staff, and the staff becomes a serpent. And then the Pharaoh says, yeah, well, my musicians can do something similar. And then they throw down their staffs, but then Aaron's snake eats up all the snakes of the Pharaoh's musicians. So they also becomes, the Pharaoh's staff also becomes a serpent, but then Moses or Aaron's serpent actually eats up the serpents of the Pharaoh. So the meaning for the staff is that to support, it's protection. In other words, it's also a weapon, and it's also a guide, support, weapon, and guide. So, and we see that the rod of iron, the rod of iron is also a staff that that we have. And so John 3:14 there. John 3:14, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. We talked about this, and this was because they, on the way, they were faithless, and so God had some fiery serpents that come in and bite. I wonder if those were actually fire ants or mosquitoes. Anyway, fiery serpents. And so Moses held up a bronze serpent, so that people who had been bitten by the fiery serpents could look up to and see look upon the bronze serpent of Moses and be saved. And the reason it was done because of the faithlessness. So yes, Jesus said that as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. So also Jesus was saying that if the Israelites in the end do not accept me, and if they are faithless as the Israelites were in the wilderness, then I will have to be lifted up as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness. So in other words, I will have to be crucified. In Matthew 10:16, where it says, behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Wise as serpents and harmless as doves. And it gives also wisdom. But let's also look at Luke. Let's also look at Luke. And see if we can find this quickly. Okay, well, I cannot find it quickly. That's too bad. All right. So well, let's just skip over that then. All right. So the staff, the meaning of the staff, support, protection. In other words, it's a weapon against wild animals and so forth. So also the rod of iron is the staff that we have today. And also a guidance. We use it to guide ourselves along the path. So Moses' hand, so Aaron's staff become the serpent. Moses' hand becoming leprous. So the serpent becoming the serpent was the restoration of Adam. Because the serpent is the symbol of Christ, but also a symbol of the devil, and the symbol of Christ, the serpent, Aaron's serpent gobbled up the satanic serpents of the Pharaoh's magicians. Moses' hand being leprous, this is the restoration of Eve, symbolically. Incurable disease. The fall of Eve was an incurable disease. It could not be forgiven. God couldn't just say, okay, well, I'm a God of forgiveness, so I forgive you. He couldn't say that. Instead, he had to guide human beings through a very, very long course of a restoration. 6,000 years in biblical years, hundreds of thousands of years in actual years. It's an incredible level of patience and commitment that God has shown to us. Never, ever, ever giving up. Never, ever, ever saying to himself, you know what? I think I'm going to just let them go and they can take care of themselves. But never doing that. Complete recovery, though complete restoration, is symbol of the Holy Spirit. So when Moses put his hand in the bosom a second time, it came out completely restored, a symbol of the Holy Spirit. The restoration of the Holy Spirit and the work of atonement and atonement of sins of all humankind. And then the water of the Nile becoming blood, this would be the restoration of children. Lineage, right? Blood symbolizes lineage. And so here the fallen human beings are inorganic substances, but then blood, so the water of the Nile is inorganic, but then it becomes blood, which is organic. Inorganic substance symbolizes fallen human beings. The organic blood symbolizes living human beings and symbolizes the saints, the restoration of children of life. So the result is the restoration of the four-position foundation and the restoration of the three blessings. Of course, Moses did not realize this at the time. And that's the thing about Father, that he went to spirit world and talked to these essential figures. He talked to Moses, he talked to Abraham, he talked to Isaac, he talked to Jacob, and of course he talked to Jesus, of course, and he talked to all the other saints and Adam and everybody else. And he understood then what mistakes they had made, and he explained to them what mistakes that they had made in their courses. And so this is an explanation of Father to Moses, actually, and Moses can receive this from Father and realize now, oh, okay, that's what I was supposed to do. And now I realize what I did wrong, and I repent. So now we go to the 10 plagues of Exodus 7, 14 and 11. 7:14 to chapter 11, verse 10, and the 10 plagues. And we're not going to go through. I don't think we need to go through all 10 of them in the Bible, but these foreshadowed that Christ would come and save the chosen people with miracles and heavenly authority. And the reason was that Jacob was deceived 10 times by Laban and Haran, and at the time of Moses, the Egyptians were deceived. The Egyptians deceived the Israelites 10 times as well for 30 years, beyond their 400-year sentence. Here, so here we have the 10. First of all, the water of the Nile was struck and changed into blood. So this was both the third miracle and also the first plague. And then the frogs came, right? And the dust and the gnats, they came. Then we had the flies. The Egyptians had the flies all over the place. The livestock, suffered the plague and they were dying. Tumors appeared in people, and hail came down from heaven, and locusts came down. Locusts ate up all the crops, and there was darkness on the land, everything like that. And then finally, the striking of the firstborn of the Egyptians, including the firstborn of the Pharaoh. And finally, Pharaoh said, okay, go out into the desert 3 days, all right, 3 days, and then come back. Of course, then they went out in the desert, but because by this time, the Hebrews themselves were ready to leave Egypt. Because all these plagues were working on the heart of Pharaoh and the Egyptians, but they were also working on the heart of the Hebrews, who were not so eager to be going out into the desert. Yes, they wanted to be saved, but they wanted to be saved in Egypt. They didn't want to leave Egypt. They didn't want to go out into the desert, into the wilderness. They wanted to be saved in Egypt. Make these taskmasters stop beating us. That's all we want. But God had another thing in mind. And so then God hardened Pharaoh's heart. Okay. So looks like God is sort of playing both sides, right? On the one hand, he's giving the plagues to move Pharaoh to move Pharaoh's heart to let the Israelites go. On the other hand, he's hardening Pharaoh's heart to not let the Israelites go. So he's playing both sides, it seems. But as I said, the Israelites also had to come to their own decision to leave Egypt. And I think it was 60,000 or something like that to leave Egypt. And they were not so eager. So that was also necessary. Pharaoh, maximum opposition to the Israelites, emotional attachment. So the Hebrews, the Israelites, had an emotional attachment to Egypt, so that had to be cut off, and to show also that the Pharaoh that he was powerless, and put the Pharaoh into a situation of naturally surrendering to God, and the Israelite people also cutting off their emotional attachment to Egypt as well. So by destroying the satanic side and bringing victory for God's side, God demonstrated to the Israelites that God was on their side, but not the way that the Israelites necessarily wanted. But God is not a genie in the bottle. All right, He's not our slave. He doesn't appear and say, "Okay, I will grant you 3 wishes, whatever they may be." No, He doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. Because God is committed to what? God is committed to the fulfillment of His original ideal of creation. The original ideal of creation. That's what God is headed toward. We can set conditions for Him to be able to do that through our prayer, through our loyalty, through our obedience. But eventually, God is drawing a straight line from the current reality to His original ideal of creation, and wants us to take a step or more steps along that straight line. And that may not be the exact direction that we may want to go. So then, the Exodus course, the 3-day course, they go out. They tell the Pharaoh, "We're just going 3 days to Succoth. We're going 3 days to Succoth. We're going to do a little bit of religious ceremony there, and then we're going to come back. We promise. We're going to come back. We promise." But then they get there, and the Pharaoh's chariots are coming after them, and so Moses says, "Okay, let's go across the Red Sea," and they do that with the staff of Moses, and God is guiding them with the pillar of a cloud during the day, pillar of fire during the night, and He feeds them with manna and quail, and then come to the rock and water at Rephidim, where water comes from the rock to nourish them, and then we go to the battle of Amalekites. Let's go to Exodus 13. So the trip of the Exodus from Israel really is the sort of foundation narrative, you could say, of the Jewish people. And of course, archaeologists and anthropologists, if you ask them about the Exodus, or even about the Jewish slavery in Egypt, they'll sort of scratch their heads and say, "Well, you know what? We really can't find any objective evidence, archaeological evidence, that this actually took place." And yet, for thousands of years, this has been the foundational narrative of the Jewish people. But I believe that science will catch up to the Word of God, and that I believe that this actually took place historically, despite the shall we say, denials, or at least the skepticism of secular archaeologists and anthropologists. And here, so 13:3, "And Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand the Lord brought you out from this place. There shall be no leavened bread be eaten. The day came ye out in the month Abib, and it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month." And of course, the lack of objective, or shall we say objective, can I say that? But anyway, scientific, let's say scientific instead of objective. scientific evidence of the Exodus, and even scientific evidence of the slavery in Egypt. The lack of that is used by some Arab countries to say that the whole Israel, the nation of Israel, has no justification for its existence. And it was only created after World War II because the Allies felt guilty about not acting sooner to end the Holocaust, and also not accepting Jewish refugees who tried to enter America, who tried to enter other countries and were rejected. This is a thing that doesn't get mentioned too much, but there was a shipload of Jewish refugees that came to America, tried to unload in America, disembark in America, and were refused. And so the Allies also had a great sense of that they had a pretty guilty conscience anyway, and so they helped, especially UK, which was sort of governing the Middle East at that time, to establish the nation of Israel. And some Arab nations will use that lack of scientific evidence to say that Israel does not have a justification for existence, unfortunately. So here, the rock here, that's the rock crossing the Red Sea. And here, this is Exodus 17. Exodus 17. And see, let's begin at the beginning. Someone was pointing out that I'm reading from more of the Bible than is actually in the slides, and yes, I am. And maybe I'll add these verses in the Bible. But I think it's important to give us context. And sometimes we just sort of skip over the Bible verses, right? But I go to the Bible verses and I also add my own verses because we need to understand the Bible in order to understand the principle. And this is the point that I make. People say, oh, this the Old Testament is like the candlelight, the New Testament is like the electric light, and then God's word today, the completed testament, is like the sun. And we can throw away the candle, we can throw away the light bulb because now we have the sun. But that is only true if you know the Bible as well as Father knows the Bible. Then it is true. But we're not at that stage yet. So we need to go back to the Bible and remind ourselves of the context, or maybe learn about the context of these things. So let's look at the rock here, where the water comes from the rock. And all of the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of sin, not that sin, this is the sin with a capital S, and their journeys according to the commandment of the Lord, and pitched in Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moses, and said, give us water that we may drink. Moses said unto them, why chide ye with me? Wherefore do ye tempt the Lord? And the people thirsted there for water, and the people murmured against Moses, and said, wherefore is this that thou hast brought us out of Egypt, to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, what shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And the Lord said unto Moses, go on before the people, and take with thee of the elders of Israel and thy rod, wherewith thou smotest the river, take in thine hand, and go. Smotest the river, in other words, the Red Sea. Behold, I will stand before thee there upon the rock and Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, and the people may drink. And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Lord, saying, is this Lord among us or not? Now, this was not the rock that Moses struck twice, so let's not get confused about that. But this was the first time. This is at the Rephidim, and the rock in Horeb, where, and later on in the journey, of course, there will be the striking of the rock twice, and we'll talk about that and the terrible consequence that had. But this is not. So here he just strikes the rock once, and water comes out of it, and the people are able to drink. So the rock produces water. The rock produces water. The rock symbolizes Christ, which of course is Jesus, and the water of the rock here and Christ, who is the rock, produces the water of life. Jesus is the life-giving Savior. He's the life-giving Savior. Okay. So here then, and if we look at the 1 Corinthians 10:4, it goes back to that. And Jesus, and also the authors of the New Testament, often referred to the Old Testament, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. Okay, so here, 1 Corinthians, this is Paul writing. Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud and all passed through the sea. So he's talking. So Paul is referring to the Exodus. He's referring to and all passed through the sea, and were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea, and did all eat the same spiritual meat. In other words, the manna and quail that were given them, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and the rock was Christ. So also Paul is saying that rock at the Horeb represented Christ. But with many of them God was not well pleased, for they were overthrown in the wilderness. Eventually they all died because of their unbelief in Moses. Now all these things were our examples, to the intent we should not lust after evil things as they also lusted. So the people who were in the wilderness, who died in the wilderness, Paul is saying, lusted after evil things. So let's not make the same mistake, Paul is saying to the Christians in Corinth. So here, Christ is the water of life, there, and also in Revelation 2:17. Revelation 2:17. It says, he that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit said unto the churches. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth, saving that he that receiveth. I will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth, saving he that receiveth. Of course, today we know what that name is. It's right there. Moon, sun, yum. Right there. Moon, sun, yum. That is the name that is referred to in the book of Revelation. Praise God. Praise God. All right. So then Jesus is the rock, and he is the life-giving Savior. Okay. So here, Moses, Aaron, Hur, Joshua, and Caleb. So then they were able to battle with the Amalekites, and then in the battle with the Amalekites, they destroyed the Amalekites. And also Jesus and the Holy Spirit given received relationship, and also they also destroy the satanic world spiritually through their work of the Spirit. Okay, so let's go on here. This is extermination is referring to the battle with the Amalekites. And so then the providence of restoration centering on the tabernacle. Okay. So the 40-day fast, Moses, 40-day fast. So the people of Israel are in the wilderness, and they need something substantial. They need something substantial. Also, God is now, because they've separated themselves from Egypt, across the Red Sea, God is ready to give them his word. God gave Adam and Eve the word, and they didn't follow it, and the word was lost in the Garden of Eden. But now God is ready to give the word, and also so the tablets of stone, and also placed in for the tablets of stone to be stored, but also to be installed, shall we say? That's a better word. So then Moses, of course, goes up into the mountain, and is there for 40 days and in Sinai, and then during that time receives the tablets of stone with the Ten Commandments, which God wrote himself. And of course, he comes down, and when he comes down, he sees that Aaron and the others have built themselves a golden calf using gold that they presumably brought out of Egypt with them. And so he destroys that golden calf, grounds up the gold, and makes them drink the gold. So then the meaning of the two tablets of stone in the tabernacle. So then, but then Moses, of course, goes back into the mountain, does another 40-day fast, and then receives another set of tablets and brings them down with him. So the tablets of stone represent Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, heaven and earth. And the tabernacle is symbolizing the Messiah. And it's and we see the structure of the tabernacle. So it's now the Israelites have received the Messiah, at least on a symbolic level. And later on, they will build a temple, which will be the image level. And then eventually, Jesus will come as the substantial temple. And Jesus says that even if you destroy the temple, I can rebuild it in 3 days, meaning that even if you kill me on the cross, I will be resurrected in 3 days. Not that he's actually going to, put hammer to nail and build a new temple, but rather that his body, he is the temple. We see in Corinthians that, I believe it's 1 Corinthians 3:16, isn't it? Where Paul says that, don't you know that you are to be the temple of God? And that is true, because when in the completed human being, which Jesus is, God resides in the spirit mind. The spirit mind is his temple. And we see that that is what Jesus is referring to here. 1 Corinthians 3:16, know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. And to be a little more specific, Spirit of God dwelleth in, or is supposed to dwelleth in your spirit mind. Supposed to in the completed human being. Of course, Paul here is talking about in the future when we are completed. So here the offering for the foundation of restoration, and word is the providence for the providence of restoration. The tabernacle is divided into two parts, the holy place and the Holy of Holies. And then the Ark of the Covenant, basically the Ark of the Covenant is kind of a box that has the tablets of stone in them. There's the mercy seat on both sides. And here this represents the spirit and the flesh, heaven and earth. And the tabernacle is the symbolic Messiah. This place, there were a lot of people who were qualified to go into the holy place, but only the high priest could go into the Holy of Holies once a year and meet God directly there in the Holy of Holies. All right. We need to. Okay. All right. All right. And the covenant placed in the Holy of Holies, the two tablets of stone, Jesus and the Holy Spirit, symbolizing heaven and earth. Manna. Also, there was manna in the Holy of Holies, nourishment for the Israelites, symbol of Jesus Christ's body, in the golden urn. And also, the golden urn was a symbol of the glory of God. And Aaron's rod that budded demonstrated God's power to the Israelites. And on the large scale, a miniature, it was a miniature of the cosmos, and on a small scale, it was the Holy of Holies was a miniature of the tabernacle. The mercy seat was placed above the Ark of the Covenant. Two cherubim made of hammered gold. When these were placed on either side of the mercy seat, God would appear between these and give his guidance to the Israelites through the high priest, and he was the only one who was allowed to go in there, and then just once a year. Fall of Adam, the way to the tree of life was blocked by cherubim. This foreshadowed that when his cherubim was divided left and right, anyone could come before Jesus at the tree of life and receive God's word. Let me just confirm. I believe the A should be deleted, because I think it was more than one cherubim that was guarding the way to the tree of life. But let me just make sure that is the case. Let's go back to Genesis. Let's see here. Cherubims, yeah. Okay, so let's mark this a cherubim, it says, but let's make this cherubims, cherubims, plural. This foreshadowed that when the cherubim was divided left and right, anyone could come before Jesus, the tree of life, and receive God's word. This cherubim was divided left and right. Maybe this should also be the CHERUBIMS, word divided left and right. Perhaps that would be better. Okay. Anyone could come before Jesus, the tree of life, and receive God's word. Foreshadowing, okay, not at that time, only the high priest at that time. But now, of course, anyone, we have the Bible, we have God's word in the 8th grade textbooks and teaching material. And so, and of course, Father is the tree of life, and we can receive God's word directly, as we are doing right now through this study. All right, we have just a couple of minutes left. So before we go on, tomorrow, let me just see if I need to deal with anything here. Please embellish these slides with relevant Bible verses. Okay, great. Okay, and here Moses should have reminded God that if that hot temper of his, then maybe God would have to look for somebody else. God understands that we are sinners, and He understands our shortcomings. But He works with what He has. I experience this a lot. I have a lot of shortcomings, more than anyone realizes. Some of you may realize more than I'm aware. But He works with what He has, okay? And God did not need to be reminded. Yes, I'm referencing more Bible verses. Do you know where True Father's Holy Communion has been dug up now? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The True Father has not been dug up, or the casket has not been dug up. But, as I said, I have it on pretty credible authority that his physical body is actually not in the grave, but is actually stored somewhere in a basement of the Cheongpyeong Palace. And of course, Father eventually should be buried in Cheongju, his place of birth. I'm sure that's where he would like to be buried eventually, together with True Mother Hyun Shil Kang. But that's something that is going to unfold as time goes on. So eventually, North and South Korea unified, and so forth. Interesting today that this morning we have news that some young soldier who, well, he had his own reasons, but he crossed he went to Panmunjom as a tourist and then ran across the military demarcation line intentionally, and apparently he was laughing as he did it. And I don't know what he expected would happen to him, but apparently he's in North Korean custody right now. Well, let's pray that God can use that as a condition to unify North and South Korea. I don't know. So that would be something, wouldn't it? Apparently this kid he's 23 years old. From my perspective, he's a kid. Apparently this kid was in trouble with the U.S. military, and he was being sent back to the U.S. to face disciplinary charges in the U.S. He didn't want to go, so he somehow escaped from his he escaped from the airport where he was supposed to board a plane, and then and this is actually kind of the mystery of the whole thing. He got himself on a tourist trip to Panmunjom, And then once he was there, he raced across the military demarcation line. Of course, I've been to Panmunjom many times, but not recently. In fact, no, I went to Panmunjom. The last time I went to Panmunjom was probably in 1980s. And so I know the situation there. Unfortunately, it has not really changed. Just a lot more tourists than there were before. But it was externally it was a foolish thing to do. But perhaps maybe God can use that to fulfill His providence or help to fulfill His providence. All right. Have a good evening. Have a good night's rest, and I'll be with you again 6 o'clock in the morning or soon thereafter, as soon as the Hundoke centering on the king is over, and then we will go on with Moses' course from then. May God bless your dreams. Good night.